Hello everyone, and welcome to Laurence Plays, and welcome to my tree. I seem to be up in a tree at the moment, which is a lovely place to start off. Right, hello Dr. Nightmint, hello Inkspan, welcome. And right, you join me in Foundry, yes. Warptorio. Yes, so I have planned... I've fallen out of my tree. I have plans to do a Factorio Archipelago stream at some point in the fairly near future. I just need to get round to organising it. That's where we have multiple games of Factorio all sort of linked together. And we'll probably have a couple of people in each on each server, all sort of unlocking things for each other. So looking forward to giving that a shot. Or another shot, I should say. We've played a bit of Archipelago before, but never multi-Factorio ones. So yes, I would like to give that another shot. But it'll be as I say, it'll happen once I get round to actually organising something. So yeah, watch this space. I guess I can't land on this tree. Why can't I land on this tree? There we go. Landed on the tree. Yes, hello Sophia, hello Peter. So yes, the streams now start at the Wednesday streams now start half an hour later than they did before, because I've ended up doing a workout with one of my friends on every which he runs as a sort of business thing every Wednesday evening, and so yeah, that's I feel I should be a supportive friend, and so that means I don't get back until about 15 minutes ago, in fact. So I've had sort of. Yeah, had to desperately try and get things back up and running in time. Anyway, oh yes, as Peter says, yes, there's a bit of talk of the Archipelago system going on Discord. So check that out if you want to know a bit more about it. So, yes, what was it? Oh yes, last week, yes, I built up this system down below me at the moment with the intention of building the advanced or the heavy. What are they called? The heavy, I think the heavy construction bots, or heavy transport bots? Heavy duty transport bots. Right, so in theory we're making those, except we've run out of thermalite, squashed thermalite. None of that's coming out over here, even though quite a lot of thermalite appears to be going in. So that's a little bit of a worry, because where the hell's all my thermalite going? What are my machines down at the bottom doing? So I guess I better go and check on those. My plan for this stream is to get some more types of bots being built over here. Oh, and also probably upgrade this, or is this currently balanced? I don't remember. So maybe do some upgrades over there as well. We shall see. We've got some research is finished as well. This is not where I want to go. I want to go down to the. I don't want to go to iron smelting. I want to go down to. Wait, what? Oh, I remember. Yes, I want to go down to 10, which is where the thermalite squashing happens. So let's go down and investigate that. Right, hello regular, welcome. Good to have you around. And yes, I was going to say thank you to you for something. What was it? You did something last stream, and Twitch is. Oh no, that's YouTube chat. No wonder I can't see what you did on Twitch. Right, yes, congratulations on being the new top clipper, because somebody watched one of your clips 5 times over. So yes, well done, and thank you, I think, for that. Cool, it's a long way down to level 10. Nearly there, though. Right, so we come down here, and then we can go, what is happening to all of my thermalite? I see, it is just going, oh... Right, so loads of it is flooding in, and presumably filling up a buffer in this elevator-matron. And then it's dribbling out at quite a slow rate. So I think I need to put in more of these things, more of the lava-powered squashy machines. Can I? No, I can't mine those. So the problem is there's not an enormous amount of. Well, these things are quite big, as you can see, so I need fairly big patches of lava in order to get them in and get them placed. There's a bit of space around here. There is quite a lot of lava down here, so it should be possible to fit a decent number in. But they are, yeah, they're going to have to be a bit sort of spread out from each other, but I do need quite a lot more of these. Do I have more? I do have more of these in my pockets. It's excellent. So let's try and find where I can put one. Well, I can put one here, like that. Oh, I saw a green flash. The Incredible Hulk must be around. Where was it? Was it there? There, it was there. So I can put one in there. Then I can buzz over this way. This looks like quite a big area. How many of these have I got? Let's see if I can put in as far this way as I can. 1, 2, 3, 4. What have I hit? Have I hit the rocks on the other side? Yes. 5. I've got loads of these. This is going really well. I was not expecting to have quite so many. Okay, there we go. Now I've run out. So, how much jetpack fuel have I got? Still 400 megajoules. Okay. So, I will need to bring this to... Can we do this? There we can. We can do this. I need to bring this to here. And then from there, I need to go... Come on, snap onto the end of that, please. Right, because I need to have these two squares away from that machine. And then... Where are your inputs? We'll worry about that. That's too close. That's wrong. That shouldn't be there. Need to remove that and remove that. And remove that. This should actually be there. I put it in too close because clumsy. Then it comes over... Oh, I see. That's where the machine is. So we come over this way like that. That one's... Ah, yes, that one's this way around. Oh, I understand now. Sense is made. So this comes then over here. And I've run out of conveyor belts. Great. Fine. We'll let that fill up. In the meantime... I'll put in the... Oh, no, I'm going to need more of this as well. So bring this over to... Well, technically here. Not it matters exactly, but it's fine. And then to here. No, I've gone in the wrong place. Across here, because this is for the inserters. They all need power. So bring this across the front of here, and then across the side of it here, all the way over to here. Jet fuel is still over 400. I am trying to keep an eye on it, and I'm doing a reasonable job of it. And then, okay, we'll do that. And then across here. And across here. And I don't need to go any further than that, because we've got two outputs. We've actually got two outputs there that could be used. We've got two outputs there. Then over this way as well. And I'm going to need to put in a splitter for the... for the belts here, I think. It's either put in a splitter or do some sort of weird, not that weird spaghetti, to be honest. You'd have to go all the way over there and come back again. But I think putting in a splitter is probably better. So right, that's that place. Now let's go and get some more belts, because I didn't think of that before I came down here. And also I'll get some more jetpack fuel, because I feel that the amount I've got left, not that much. Probably could do with a bit more of it. I hope you'll excuse me tonight. I'm still drinking my dinner at this point, but I've only been home for less than half an hour at this point. Right, so now we have the long ride all the way back up to the surface, which is at 132. So yeah, more than halfway, nearly there. Oh, it does say unstable on Twitch. To be fair, it says. I'm getting okay. So I seem to, according to Restream, things are okay, but Twitch does say live and unstable, which I think is a fairly good description of me to be at the moment. Yeah, fortunately, I did some accidental testing earlier, and it doesn't seem to hurt if you fall in lava, which is both a relief and a disappointment. Oops. I don't think it's possible to kill yourself in this game. No, not you. Where's personal rocket fuel made? Nope, not here. Must be this machine. Must be this machine then. Yes, personal rocket fuel. Give me some of that. So there we go. There's another stack of that. Excellent. Now let's go and grab some more belts from over here. Belt 1. There we go. Yeah, this game is graphically quite generally quite cool. I mean it's got the whole sort of Minecraft aesthetic with the hills, but then when you look at it slightly more closely, all of the if I can find any, all of the sort of the actual organic ground parts have these rounded edges. I think it'd be quite nice if whenever you replaced something, or if whenever the holes were man-made, then it squared the corners off, and the natural ones were rounded. But never mind, you can't have everything. And yeah, the lava looks really cool, and generally, yeah, I like the sort of slightly cartoony aesthetic of it. It feels good. Do I have the inserters for this? Yes, I do. All right, okay. I thought, before I go all the way back down the lift, let's at least check that I've got the right number of, enough inserters to keep everything running. But yes, I assume if I run out of jetpack fuel, I just fall out of the sky. That would seem like the logical thing to happen. I've actually managed not to run out of it yet, because the 200 barrels I picked up seems to go quite a long way. Yeah, I've got 5 gigajoules available now, which is about 10 times the amount of fuel I had before. I might have got a little bit carried away, but it does mean I can just fly around up here like this without worrying about it, which I think is quite nice. Right, you go from here. I'm going to just place this as a single belt for now, all the way out to here. Then I'm going to come back along here and mine some of it up like that. And then I can put in the splitter like this, hopefully. Let me put in a splitter. But yes, like that, but also not. Fine. Let's put in another piece of belt going that way. Now let's try it again. So see the splitter? Right, I want to put it there. There we go, that's better. Now, I am going to have to do some three-dimensional shenanigans in a moment. Because reasons. Because the other belt is going to need to go over the top of this one at some point. But that's okay. We're used to three-dimensional shenanigans in this game. It's kind of what it's for. So, this building stuff up in the air is kind of fiddly and annoying because it does things like that. Because it's hard to snap onto the correct things, basically. So yeah, that goes there, and then we'll run you along here, and then in along this way to here. Oh dear, this isn't going to work. Okay, we're going to need to do some more three-dimensional shenanigans, because this one is going to have to come all the way over to here, because otherwise it's not going to be able to feed into that machine, which means when it then comes out to here like that, there isn't going to be room for it to be fed. There isn't going to be room for the output, basically, is what I'm trying to say. So we're going to have to, yes, there's going to have to be some shenanigans going on there, but that's okay. We're okay with shenanigans on this channel. We're kind of used to them. So then I build from there to what's the fixed point is R. Okay, R. We'll have a fixed point there. Then we'll go along here, and we'll have another fixed point here before the corner, because then I can do that. Oh no, I put a fixed point in the wrong place. I can't unfix that point. Fine, we'll put it in, and then we'll. Oh, actually, that wouldn't have mattered. We could have. I can leave that fixed point there. It just means I've messed up the pattern, but that's okay. Let's go to there. What does drag plane down mean? Okay, fine. How do I drag the plane back up again? I don't know. Oh, actually, we could go. I suppose there's no reason why this belt has to go over. It could just as easily go under. So I could bring this through to about. Oh no, I couldn't. That's why I wanted to go over. Let's undo that. Does the game? I don't think the game has achieved. This belt's going the wrong way. Oh, you idiot! I'm just gonna. There's no convenient automagic turn belt round tool in this game, as far as I'm aware. You can't just drag it. I don't think you can just drag over the top of it. No, you just end up building it higher up. So we're going to have to bulk remove this like that. Actually, are you higher up than that one? Yes, you are. So I can do this, and it'll delete all of that without taking out the foundation. Yeah, I'm not aware of an achievement system in this game. Probably, it's one of those things that I imagine will probably be put in before the game is actually properly released. But it's still, well, as it says in the top corner, hidden under the chat, the game is still considered early alpha. So it's going to be a while until the game is feature complete, should we say? All right. So if we have a belt that comes along here. Fine. Like this, and then goes over that, and over that. Alright, goes to there. And then we can have an up ramp It would indeed be sensible to rename 10. Yes, I think that's an excellent idea, and I shall try and remember to do that when I get back to the elevator. I will forget, but I'll try and remember. Right, and then we'll put in another piece of belt coming across. Yes, it can come across here like that. Then we can have a ramp in there. Then we can do some sort of silly shenaniganery with a belt coming from the top of here over this way like that, and like that, and like that, and then I can put in a splitter, or in this case a merger technically. Merger can go there. There isn't really room for it there, but actually alternative, no, it's still be in the wrong place. And then I'll put in another ramp here, but this is going to be a down ramp. It's going to go in there with more belts coming from here. Fixed point to, fine, there, remove that. And that goes in there. There we go. So that's going to bring it in from. So those machines are sorted. Then we've got this one along here. This comes through this way like that, and then like that, and to here. Then I can come over here and then run a belt from here, and I think this one is just going to go straight into this. Yeah, this one can just go in straight into the side of there, like that, and then we can do an over. Then we can go over. So I mean, this is a merger by just through side loading. So I think that's fine. Then I want an up belt like that, followed by a belt coming over this way, like so, and then this way. And at this point, we might as well have the down ramp at this point, because there's plenty of space, and we're going to need the belt down at the normal level pretty soon anyway. So do that, and then it's just a case of going from here across in front of this machine, and this machine, and across here, and then up to join onto the back of there. Right, so that's the belts done. I now need to come along, and I do now still need, there's still work to be done. So I need to have an excerter there and an inserter there. Toggle. Why are my arms not longer? Right. So do that, and then the same over here. In fact, you know what? I'm just going to put down the inserters and excerters along here like this, and then come back and toggle and do the toggling afterwards when I don't have one in my hand, because it's easier to. Oh, good. I thought I got that wrong. It's easier to just drop them in like this, and then come back and reprogram them afterwards, I reckon. So you're an output like that, and an input like that. Okay, that's weird, but never mind. Output and oh dear. I suppose actually I could put it there. No, I can't. There's something in the way. Right. Okay. Get rid of that. That we're gonna have. So So I can put in a. Oh no, I can't. Oh, this is all difficult. I've not done this very well. Oh, okay, Dr. Nightmint. Well, thank you for dropping by, and yeah, good to have you here. Hello, Mark. Welcome. Good to have you here too. Yes, please do nag me about that, because I will forget. Right, so we've got an input there, and then I can't put in an output over here. These buildings are a weird shape. Oh, actually, I can reroute this belt a little bit, and then it'll fit. So if I remove that and that, and that, then I can make the belt come through underneath here in a bit more of a straight line, and then turn like that. There we go. And that then means I can put in a short inserter here, like that, as my output. Right, good. I was worried that wasn't going to fit then. So you're an output there and an input there. Good. And similarly here. Oh no, it's right over here. Because that belt's in the way otherwise. We're going to have, I guess that's an input and an output, and I need a piece of belt underneath there, otherwise it's just going to drop things. Well, it's not going to drop things, it's not that stupid, but it's not going to work. Right, that's all of my inserters put placed now, so that means I can get rid of that, and I can come along here and then tell these ones to be out. Oh, okay, I also need to put in some foundation, like that. Right, there we go. Also, I need to program all of these machines because I didn't do that because that would have been smart. Oh no, so it's working. I don't need to. They'll just work because it's a you put something in this machine and it'll do the obvious thing with it type recipe. So I can do that as well. There we go. There's some squash thermalite coming out. It comes around here, goes to this system, and then over here, right, you are to be an output. Bink. And then on this machine we have an output here. Yes, lovely. And then over here we have an output here. I said we have an output. Click the button. There we go. Here and here. Here. There we go. So that's all now outputting the squash thermalite onto the belt coming around here. I still need to do the two over here. We have an output there. And zoop. Oh, this one's it already is an output. I set that one on the way over. Thank you, Peter. Yes, it's easily forgotten because yes, it's the you need to put in the foundations. But I noticed the alert on the warning on the inserter saying it wasn't going to work. So I think now all of those are probably working. There's a little bit of a flood of the squash plates along here that will, I think, empty out quite quickly because I don't think, even with all of these machines down here, now we're still not producing a full red belt's worth of thermalite, but that's fine. I expect it's now much more than we had before, so I'm going to be happy to go back up again and see if all the machines are happy. So over here, yes, I was going to rename this. So what have we got down here? We've got thermalite squashing. There we go. A much better name. Confirm and back to the surface. Right, skedaddlios. This is going to take a little while. It's as I say, we have to go all the way back up to 132, and the lift isn't that quick, but it beats walking. Might beat flying, I'm not sure. Maybe I should take the lift out and just fly up and down here with my jetpack. But no, I'm pretty sure this is both quicker and far more fuel efficient. And it's going to run off the electric grid instead, and there's a rough, approximately unlimited amount of coal available for that. Okay, so is everything happy over here now? Right, okay, so this... Not very. I mean, there is some thermalite coming out, which means there are some robots being made, but this is still pretty pathetic given the amount of extra stuff I chucked in at the bottom. Maybe it's still trying to find its way up, but yeah, there should be a lot more of it available, really. I think this is going to be a come back and investigate a little bit later thing. Because I do also want to have this as an output, because this is meant to be an output. This is meant to take away the squashed thermalite for... I can't even remember what for, but there's something else that needs it anyway. But I was going to say, for some reason, this one seems to have priority, but no, now they seem to be splitting it between them. Yeah, they're splitting it between them. So that seems fair, or at least reasonably fair. Fairish. I do kind of want to know what's happening to all of that squashed thermalite that I'm putting in here, because there is a lot more going in than there is coming out. That belt was virtually full. I think maybe it's just that these elevators are somewhat slow. Yeah, I think you're right. There's something down here that takes us. It goes in here to make the rocket fuel. I think it is. It goes in here to spaceship fuel. That takes a certain amount of thermalite. So that's where it's going to, and then there's some coming out to be shipped up to space. I am still a little perturbed at how little there is coming out here, though, because it's not being pulled out anywhere else. It's just, yeah. And look at the rate it's going in at, and I think it's a 1-to-1 recipe squashing the thermalite. Let's see if I can find out. It's going to be into metallurgy. Yes, thermalite sheet. Yeah, what thermalite sheet comes from one thermalite bar in a lava smelter. So it is fast enough. Should be okay. I have, yeah, I've played with those things a little bit, Sophia. Yes, they are interesting, as you say. I don't think it should be buffers, because this thing should. I mean, this thing might have an internal buffer, and in fact, I'm pretty sure it does, having seen what happened with the iron orbit previously. But the internal buffer should be, but it should output from the internal buffer as fast as it goes into it. Let's go back down to the thermalite squashing. If nothing else, this will give me time to go up and down the lift. Going up and down the lift a couple of times will at least run the give it some time to potentially catch up a bit. Unfortunately, there's no control panel system on the freight elevator, so I can't ask it how much stuff is inside it. I just have to look at it and go, Yeah, but the point of a buffer is that you take stuff out of it. If you need it, you can take the stuff out of it. Look, here we've got, okay, it's not a full belt, but it's a mostly full belt going in. That's definitely more than was coming. Excuse me. That's definitely more than was coming out at the top. Actually, these are. I take it back. These pods move quite slowly, so I think maybe maybe it is just that the freight elevator is much slower than the passenger elevator. Okay, I might have to not complain too much about it, I guess. Maybe if I go back up again, we'll find that enough has got through. I think that's likely to be the problem. I think it was just me being impatient. Because I mean, how fast is this? Yeah, this elevator goes much faster once it gets going. Yeah, that's about, I don't know, that's 5 or 6 times the speed the other one was going at, I think. So probably because if the passenger elevator moved at the same speed as the freight elevator, players would slit their wrists. Latency, yes. Yes, latency. I agree, Peter. Yes, I believe it is latency. The freight elevator is so slow that it takes a while for it. It's taking a while for it to get up. Get up there. Ping. So now I'm on the wrong side of the machine. Well, it's filled up the belt anyway. So oh yeah, there we go. That's a much healthier quantity coming out. Right. So if we look along here, we do seem to have enough of all of these things, but I think I did the maths. The fact that there's multiple machines all the way along here makes me think I did do the maths, and this is the correct speed I want to be making these things at. Also, I'm pretty sure I remember from last time, if I buzz over here and have a look at the space station controlometron, storage products. Yeah, okay, we filled up with heavy-duty transport bots, so we are making them fast enough that we're supplying them as fast. In fact, oh no, sorry, I'm not filled up. We've got 252 out of 400, and we've got 260 out of 400. I believe we are on the is it the galactic market? No, it's the sales platform. We are selling until there's down to 200 of each one. So if there's more than 200 in stock, then that means we're selling them as fast as we are bringing them up faster than we're selling them. So therefore we are okay there. And looking in the storage, well, that's oh, that one's just dropped to 180. That's interesting. Maybe I should slow down the rate we're selling those at. So if I go back to the sales platform, I can put that back to regular price. We'll get 3 more fluoronites per robot we sell, and they'll sell a bit more slowly. So I think that's sensible. While I'm at it, while I'm up here, let's have a look at the galaxy map. So it'd be quite nice to expand my empire a little bit further. So let's have a look at what Amuria needs. Amuria does want more of these basic transport bots, so we could ship a load over there. Zerethix also wants transport bots and a bajillion other different ones that we haven't made yet. And over here, oh, this one wants both of them. This wants heavy duty and transport bots. So I think let's unlock this sector and let's unlock this planet. Cost me 3 grand, but I think I can afford that. And then let's open supply route configuration and go ship manager. Do I have a ship for this? I do. Assign that ship. Are you a tier 2? Hang on, deassign. I don't think that's the right sort of ship. Let's go back to the space station. Spaceships. And right, you're a small cargo ship, not a small cargo ship tier 2. So I want to sell that, ka-ching, and then I want to buy another ship, ka-ching. And can I buy another one? I can. Awesome. Right, so we'll grab a couple of those, then go back over to the map, and Foundry. We want to supply route configuration. I want to add a ship here, and I want to assign cargo ship number 3. I want to supply configuration. Yes, just do all of them. Save that. We've got a ship's assigned, so that will now hopefully fly out and satisfy it. And we're making more money for those sales than we would if we sold them locally. Unfortunately, I don't see how well I'm doing at satisfying this planet's requirements over here. So this is, on this tab, we are trying to provide 96. We're aiming to provide 96 per hour, which is the demand. So we're aiming to provide enough to fulfill the demand, but I don't know where the amount where it tells you how much you've satisfied of that demand. So I don't know if I might need another spaceship doing this route. I might need more robots being brought up, and I don't know how to find that out. Let's look at one I've been working with for a while, Laurence. And over here we can see that I am apparently satisfying 20% of the logistics requirements for this planet. Probably because I'm only producing one of the types of bots that's required, 2 of the types of bots that are required. Or maybe that's something that needs to wait for a little while and eventually it'll catch up. Hard to tell. I'm not sure about exactly how this system works, but I do seem to be able to sell quite a lot of these robots that I'm making, and the ships will take them away to the planets by priority over the space station, so I think that's probably okay. Let's go back to the space station. Yes, the supply does affect the demand absolutely directly. So if we look at the sales platform, if you look at the heavy duty transport bots here, you can see that, so I've got the average hourly demand is about 1,000 at regular price. If I put it up by 50%, then the average hourly demand drops to 332. If I drop it down to minus 50%, then it goes up to 4,000. So these numbers appear to be fixed, and you don't need to mess around with them and try and work out, try and see how the prices adjust. You can just whack in, you can just set it, and it will tell you how many are going to be sold. It does say about, so I don't know. But yeah, ideally, I think you tweak the prices here to try and keep them being sold at the highest price to keep up with the supply you're providing. Yeah, basically to do that and estimate to try and wet the number is going to be left over. Yes. Okay, so now I get to think about what I want to build next. I think it's going to probably be another type of robot. What we're doing? Oh, we can upgrade the transport bots though. Honestly, I think increasing production efficiency is the way to go here. Just with both of them, I think that's probably the best thing to have until it maxes out. Oh, it can be improved infinitely. So yeah. Maybe I feel like that's the best one to do. Sales price does mean more money, to be fair. Maybe there'll be a point where I decide that actually the 5% increase in sales price is worth it for is better than the 2% increase in the number of bots I get. In fact, it probably already is. Maybe I should be going for whichever one gives me the greatest overall percentage increase. We'll see. What do the numbers say on likely revenue? I think the idea is that the more of them that you sell, the more money you will make. So if you drop I feel like if you drop the price, you will make more money overall, but you'll have to make more robots in order to do so. I think. Let's see if we can estimate that. Where is it? Sales platform. Right, so looking at the heavy duty transport bot, if we sell 1,000, we get 37 each. If we increase the price by 50%, we sell about a third, but we get presumably 50% more money. Yeah, 50% more money, but only sell a third of them. So yes, you're selling fewer bots, but you've got a greater profit margin, but your overall income is lower. but then your overall costs are also lower in that you don't have to ship you don't have to make as many robots, and you don't have to ship as many up to space. So, in theory, I guess your best bet would be to spread your launch capacity across all the different robot types, launch relatively small numbers of all of them, and sell each one for as much as possible. But that would require you to make more different types of robots, which is what I'm about to do. Is there anything else worth doing up here? I could pay off some of my debt. I paid off 20,000 a little while ago because I could. How much money have I actually got at the moment? 90,000. That's not doing too badly. Given that I have a vault capacity of 100,000, what I'd quite like to do is just automatically pay off anything that goes over 100,000 onto my debt to get rid of it, but so that I don't have to pay for storing additional thermalite or for the interest on the loan. But never mind. Alright, right, that's enough messing around with the space station for now, though, I think. Yeah, I think it's meant to be a simplistic actual market system, in that the cheaper you sell something, the more of them you'll sell. And so you can make more money from through volume, but you're better off you're probably better off overall trying to sell a wider variety of things at higher prices. Okay, you know what I should have done? I should have been looking. I should have checked what other things are required up in space by the various planets that I've already established contact with. So, Ororox would like aquatic bots. Salaxian would like light, vacuum, and screen. Belacan would like light, planter, vacuum, screen. So I've seen a couple of screens and a couple of lights so far. Another screen and light. And nothing exciting there, nothing new extra there. And neither over here. So I think, yeah, let's make screen and light, and then we can ship we can ship both of those to here, and to here, and to here. So we'll need to acquire a trade license for this one as well. But let's get that up and running first. So screen bots and light bots. So my plan for these guys is to basically continue this system that I've got running over here, where I'll put down a spaceport like that, and then opposite it I'll have a row of machines like this feeding the parts across to make them. So what was that? That was screen bots and light bots. Can I make either or both of those? Light bots, yes. Screen bots, no, not yet. So let's have a look at research. See if I can research them. Yes, I can. So we'll research those. But for now, we'll build the light bots. So that is steel, machinery parts, electronic components, and glass. Okay, glass is going to be slightly tricky because glass comes from sand, basically, which is being dug up. Well, comes from rock, basically, or stone, mineral rock, in fact, which is being dug up all the way over here, and then being turned into sand here. So I guess that's going to be another subterranean system. So we'll have a belt coming away from the mining patch over here, probably with some more miners underground, and then a crushing area in the middle here that will make my sand, and then maybe smelt it into glass as well, and then the glass can pop up over here and be made into the light bots. So that's going to be my next trick, I think. Do I have any mining drills? I don't have many belts left. I should grab some more of those. What they're called bot miners, aren't they? I should put down my BB-8 hub again, since I picked that up and I've just been carrying it around ever since. Let's put you... There's a nice open space down here. Let's put you in here. So I would like to place that there. Beely beep. There we go. The happy little fella can run around again now. I don't need biomass, thank you. I'll go to some of that. Don't need stone. Go to some of that. So I don't have any bot miners. I should go and get some more of those before I start. And how much explosive have I got? Because I'm going to be using that. Only 5 explosives. Okay, let's go get some more explosives, some more belts, and some more miners. So explosives come from way over here because they were sort of a last-minute addition, essentially. So there's 50 of them. Lovely. And you know what? While I'm running around over here, let's put some more organic biomatter into here. Like that. I know I just dumped some into the... I just destroyed some, but never mind. That'll be plenty to keep this topped up, I suspect. Why is there an inserter floating in the air? Stop that. That's silly. All right. Let's grab another stack of explosives. Well, another 7 explosives because that's what's available. Then somewhere along here. Oh, I'm going to need crushers, I'm sure. And probably furnaces. Smelters. So we'll take some of those as well. And mining drills. And belts. And then let's go over here and try and find where the sand comes from. So somewhere around here, it was. I think this might have been the first elevator I put in. Where is it? And I can't find it, which is slightly upsetting. Somewhere over here. There it is. Found you. Right, so yes, you can see we've got the mineral stone coming up here. Then that goes into machines over here, probably. What are you doing? You're making gravel, okay. Let's check the recipe for the this glass before I get too far with it. So a light bot requires glass, which is presumably a component. Glass, which requires gravel, which requires mineral rocks. Okay, fine. So that it isn't actually sand. I was making that bit up. Hello, lift, please. Here it comes. This was from before I had the jetpack, so I had I extended the lift to take me up to the catwalk level over here. That is not necessary anymore, really. However, in order to go underground, I do still need it. I think it's this side. I'm going to leave through. Yes. Bing. Okay, so around here. Here is my mineral rock mining patch, and it's done quite a bit of damage to it. Jeez, that's yeah, a lot of that has gone. So let's dig around it a little bit, and in the most entertaining way. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I can chuck some explosive. I can chuck an explosive right in the corner over there, like that. And then, can we not? There we go. And yeah, this is there's a fairly large patch here, I guess. Is what I'm trying to say. But for my next trick, I'm going to put in additional drills around this side over here. Have them mining from this face and then running off that way, I think. East? No, south. I want to go due south and then head down this way. Put in some sort of system underground here for crushing and smelting, and then carry on from there. So south is that way. So you know what? Let's carry on around the back of here and mine in from the other side. That was a bit close to my face. Fortunately, I'm indestructible. But even so, it feels more. It feels more sensible or more something, more role-playy, I guess, to try and go round and pretend that it matters if I get blown up. So I'm going to. I'll bring this round over here, like this. Actually, let's come up here. And then, right, we still need to keep going around here. Knock out some of this. Right, I mean, I know I was using. I said I'd use the explosives, but sometimes the drill is actually just quicker and neater, and will get me a better version of what I want to do. So I'll pull out a load of this like this. Boom, 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 boom. Boom? No, no boom. Right, and now I can go from here into the corner, across here, here. And I need, yes, actually this is perfect. And then we have 2 for the actual drills, like that. So I can find the drills. Where are the drills? Where are the drills? There are the drills. So I want to have some of these across here. That is not how you rotate. I keep using the mouse wheel to rotate, and I'm not quite sure where I've got that from, because that isn't Factorio either. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I guess I'll put that rock back in, put the dirt back in across here, because I'm going to need something to put the belt on. And then we have a belt running across here like that. And some exerters going onto the belt. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it's back to the drill. Make a bit of a hole like this. And then once I reckon I've probably gone far enough in, which I probably have, which I easily have now, then I can switch back to the explosives, which is a bit more fun. It's a lot less neat, unfortunately, but it's a lot more fun. So, you know, we'll forgive it. Oop, that's a bit high. But you know what, let's take that down again. That's still too high. Stop it. There we go. I think that's right. Yeah, there we go. Nice, neat hole. That's too high, but I sort of don't care. Let's try aiming a little bit lower this time. It would be nice if the explosive mining was a little bit more accurate, but I mean, it is explosive mining, to be fair, and it just gives me somewhere to it gives me a space to play with underground that I can then sort of try and neaten and tidy up later on. So we're going to have the belt coming in here, and then going off to the side. So I'm going to need I'm going to need an area of foundation going all the way under here to bring power in, aren't I? Forgot about that. Power is kind of useful in this. Just in general, really. Let's bring it through to... In fact, you know what? Let's not mess about. All of that is to be foundation. And probably those bits under there as well. And then we'll do the same on the other side. Oh, I missed a bit. There we go. From there, and I've still missed a bit. Oh, I've run out. However, that might not matter. Yeah, might not matter. I might be able to fill in with stone instead. So put stone from, or earth, I think this one is. This is actually earth, not stone. Put earth across there. Right, so because I think the crushers are only a 2x2 machine. So, yeah, they are. So I can have crushers along here like this. And then we have to do the maths. So configure crusher 1, I want you to make gravel, and that takes in it takes 12 seconds. It produces 6 gravel per second. 6 gravel per run, and it takes 12 seconds to run. So it produces half a gravel per second. And I'm going to I might as well use a fast belt for this. Half a gravel per second, and that takes 320 a minute, which is 32, 18, 6 per second. So I need 12 crushers to keep this happy. 1, 2, 3. I think this might be exactly the number I have. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And if I had any sense at all, I'd have configured them all at the same time. But never mind. So I need... Is it that? Yes, that one. So, copy, paste, 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 paste. Right, there we go. So that's going to be my... That's that one. And that's going to be using a lot more than the... That's going to be using a lot less than one belt's worth of stone coming in, so that should be fine. Whoop, I've fallen in a hole. Standard. So I need to take out this sticky outy bit here, but then I also need to fill in along here, because this is where we're going to run another belt, like that. And then so along here, this is where I want to run a tier 2 belt, one of these guys, which I only have 3 of left. Okay. Well, we'll come back for some more of that, or we come back with some more of that. So along here, we're going to need output. We're going to need exerters like this, and we're going to have you as an exerter, and we're going to copy that. Is it Shift Q? Yeah. Is it Shift Q? No. Maybe it's Control Q. Control. Yes, there we go. Control Q. And they go in every other square along here. Like that. And then on this side, we want just normal inserters that aren't input ones. Yeah, sorry, that are input, but they're input ones. Like this. Right, there we go. So that will, when I come back with an enormous quantity of yellow belt, will be an entire yellow belt's worth of gravel being produced, which I can then start turning into into glass. But at the moment, there's a bit of a shortage there. Okay, so step n+1 then is going to be turning that into glass, and I'm assuming that's going to be done in a smelter. Let's check. So intermediate glass is done in an advanced smelter. Takes 3 1/3. Oh no, I've only got small ones. So it takes 5 seconds and 5 gravel. So 1 gravel per second. So I need 6 machines to use the 6 gravel per second that I'm making at the moment. So 6 smelters, and that will produce a quantity of glass. So small smeltometrons. Smelter, small, you, yes. So I need 6 of these, I said. 1, 2, 3, and then I run out of space for it. Because even with all the explosives I was throwing around, eventually you still run out of space. And in fact, I made a bit of a mistake here because I should have stopped building while there was still some room left. While there was still room left to put explosives in without destroying all of my machinery. So, yes, that was a bit of a fail. I did see in the blog for the. You're quite right, regular. Yes, I didn't do the maths quite right. It's been a long day, and I went out and did actual physical exercise, so my everything is tired. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Still, 5.3 per minute is kind of close enough to 6 that I almost don't mind. I don't know if that's a justifiable thing to say or not. Is it going to be a problem? Yeah, we're not going to get quite as much coming out here as I was suggesting, which means we aren't going to need quite as many of these machines using it. But never mind. I'm sort of idly digging away while I'm trying to decide how much I care about having got the numbers slightly out there. Doing maths is about 10 times harder when there's people watching you and judging how fast you do it or how many mistakes you make, which just leads to more rushing and more mistakes, of course. How many of these I put in? 1, 2, 3. I did say 6, 4, 5. Let's go from there. So let's go from there to there. We don't actually need any of that. Yes, that's the item box. What's going on? Why is that not working? Remove everything from there to there. And yes, that height. There we go. Worked that time. So now I can fill in this gap along here. Does need to come out to here, actually. So fill that in like that. Then 1, 2. How many did I say? I've not been counting properly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'll put in the 6th one anyway, because we're somewhere in between. And I've done this much digging, so I might as well do a little bit more. It's funny, even though the rocket fuel is or the jetpack fuel is incredibly cheap, I'm still finding myself drawn to only flying when I actually need to, rather than just going, yep, I'll just sort of hover up here and do all the work from above, which is, I don't know, I guess it's just my stingy psychology. There we go. And then fill that area in like that and like that. There we go. Now we have a lovely flat floor to build on. Then along here, the glass gets reduced in quantity quite significantly. So a red belt is going to be enough along here. That means I can put in. Actually, we're going to be bringing the gravel in from the other side. So let's do those first. Like this. And then copy one of those. Come around here. And then, yes. 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 Do you need a... and you don't need a recipe setting. That's handy. It's very tempting to just go straight up from here and to find... Where am I? I am in a kind of no man's land, stuck out somewhere behind my first launch. Is that my first launch silo? I think it might. No, launch silos are smaller than that. I don't know what that is then. What is that massive blue square on the map? It's not a resource patch because the Technomore has an orange border around it, so you can tell. I don't know. I don't know what that is, but it's way in front of where I am at the moment. Or is that the launch pad? No, maybe that is. No, maybe that is the launch pad, and that's my other launch pad. Oh no, I know. That's two launch pads right up next to each other. They're long and relatively thin. So a launch pad is about that size. Down here, that's one launch pad, and that's another launch pad. They're sort of next to each other. Yeah. So anyway, yes, I could just go straight up here and make an easy access hole. So let's do that. Let's press the right button though. I want to go up, which is space, not forward, not W, despite the fact I'm looking in the direction I want to go. There we go. There is a nice, neat borehole that will drop me back down into the glass production area. I should put some sort of sign up here to say, "Hey, look, this is where the glass is made." Say yes, there is an entrance here. There we go. That'll do. Maybe I'll put some windows around it when I have some glass to say, look, this is glass. But maybe I won't. So what did I need? I needed more tier 2 belts. I might as well grab some more tier 1 belts just because I know I get through a lot of them. So give me that. Give me that. And I've got enough smelters and things. I need more. I always need more foundation, of course. So we'll take that. And that's probably it. I also need to work out where I want the glass to come up. I guess that's going to be over here somewhere. Ideally, should we have it come out about... Probably about here, I think. Let's aim for... Where am I? -14, -131. -14, -131. Let's try and remember that. I probably won't, but let's try. It's going to be quite a long underground belt, actually. And there's my sign. That's convenient. Back down again. Lovely. So along here then, I need to put in more yellow belt, which is no, this one. That goes from there straight on till morning. And by morning I mean here. And then, well, then I just need to dig in a very, very long tunnel from here. I don't actually need more foundation for this particular build, which is interesting. I guess hypothetically in the future, when I inevitably find I need more glass than I'm producing, I will put another row of crushers along here, either with a splitter and having separate belts and a little bit of space for the sake of sanity, or just butt them right up against these for the sake of no sanity, and then we can be dumping glass out onto the belt over here at whatever rate we feel like. So it is now tunneling time. I could do just a 2 high like this, which is the smallest possible hole, because that's the smallest hole I can fit down, and it's slightly quicker to dig because I can just point the drill in like this and just push. The downside of this method is that I can't then run down the belt when I have I can't run down the belt when I put the belt in, because a belt is tall enough to mean that the robot will no longer fit in on down the tunnel on top of it. Minus 131, wasn't it? So I've still got some way to go. 100, 101. Oh, I've found stone, which is slower and harder to dig through. Oh, it's just slowing me down a bit. Oh, now it's all stone. That's even worse. Uh, 131. Yeah. Jeez, that was a bit of a dig. I have wondered a little bit just how much of my time playing this game I spend digging holes and mining away like this. I suspect it's quite a lot. Okay, so it was minus 14, wasn't it? But I am how far underground am I? I'm about 16 underground, because I'm reckoning on ground level being about 132. Yeah, I have done one upgrade on my mining drill to make it run faster. So this is the improved version of it. It was even slower before. So I need to go up 16 to get to 132, because I'm at 116 at the moment. And going up 16 is going to take 32 across. And I wanted to come up at minus 14. So that's minus 60, minus 40, minus 46 is the point where I need to start going up. So that's still quite a lot more digging. Yeah, I am a little bit concerned that basically whenever anyone tunes into this stream, there is about an 80% chance they'll see me just digging a hole, because that's what I spend most of my time doing. What did I say? So 46, didn't I? Let's start at 50, because I'm pretty sure that I'm going to have got numbers wrong a little bit, and it's going to take... And also it needs more space to build a ramp than I would like to think about. Oh, and I've run out of inventory space. Right, I have lots of rocky desert dirt. Yeah, get rid of it. I have lots of stone, probably. I don't have that much of other things, actually. I filled up my inventory with silly stuff like too much building block foundation stuff. Too much rocket fuel. Let's chuck 2 jetpack fuels. That's cheap enough. I don't really care. And a little bit of technum. That can go. Technum. And Thermalite, I feel worse about getting rid of Thermalite, because it feels like a more expensive resource. Oh, we'll get rid of some more rocky desert dirt as well, because can't be carrying too many types of dirt around. Right, so that's 1, 2, and dig out as far up as I can. Then 1, 2, and dig out as much as I can. 1, oops, 2, dig out as much as I can. 1, 2, dig. Hop. 1, 2, dig. 1, 2, dig, 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 dig. 1, 2, dig, 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 dig. 1, 2. I don't think this is going to be a sufficiently big tunnel. I don't. Actually, I might be able to run the ramp down this. I don't know. We'll find out when I get to the surface. I certainly won't be able to run myself and the ramp down here, but then I haven't been building for myself. I've been building just for the belts to go through here. So maybe that's okay. Hey, surface! Freedom! Yeah, and this is well, it's a little bit further out this way than I was originally intending, but that was sort of expected because I started digging up a little bit sooner than I otherwise would have done. Also, the ground level is 1 lower than I was expecting at this point as well. So, let us use some of this, and we're going to be an uphill. So I want to slope up like that, and then I should be able to just drag this all the way down here like this. Down, down, down for approximately forever, down to about, well, down to there, and then belt to drag backwards, please. There we go. So I can drag the belt backwards like this till I get to the corner, and then backwards like this. Very, very, very long belt. Dum, 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 dum. Wait, what? Why has this gone down 1? Okay, I did an accident. I accidentally went down 1 with my belt, with my digging, and didn't realise. That's a bit of a fail. I mean, it doesn't actually matter because I can put one of these in here like that, and then some more belt in. Well, I can't see what I'm doing. And then some more belt. I said some more belt. Give me that. No, not that. Right, fine. We'll remove that. Then we'll put some more belt in like that. That. Then we'll put the ramp in like that. Then some more belt like this. Boink. There we go. There goes the glass. I'm not sure. I guess that's tape going around the sheets of glass, the glass holding the sheets of glass together. Fine, whatever. It is glass nonetheless. So there is quite a lot in the output buffers here. It'll remain to be seen how much of this gets produced at the other end. So actually, let's have a look at the numbers. So glass tape, well, gravel you get it is tripled, and then the glass is pen 2 divided by 5. So we're going to be getting so yeah, from a full belt going in, we're going to get slightly less than a full belt coming out, but that's okay. Probably we'll see how much we actually need once we get to the other end and start making the various robots out of it. In the meantime, this is a nice underground area where there's smoke being pumped out into a very low ceiling. But never mind, I'm a robot. I don't need to be able to breathe. So yeah, there we go. That's an extension to my mineral ore mining, which is then going through there, being crushed into gravel, and then being cooked into glass. So that's lovely. Over here, well, we still have a little bit of it being made, and this tunnel is slightly bigger and allows me to go down it, which is convenient because at the other end we have the elevator, and it allows me to go back up to okay, catwalk level. Why not? And then we can go from there. You know, no God, if I wasn't streaming, then I'd probably be tempted to go back and fix that because it is a bit dumb and ugly and so on. But having said a couple of minutes ago that I'm aware that my streams in this game tend to be Laurence spent most of the stream digging holes, I'm kind of trying to avoid that because I don't think it makes for the best stream, which probably explains why. According to Restream, there are only 2 people watching me at the moment, which is I have to say is a new low for this game. Normally I manage a few more than that. So now, however, I am going to do some construction. So it's time to build some light bots. So let's have a look at the numbers for that. So I want to build. And what rate do I want to build these guys at? Let's have a look. So at the moment, I'm doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 machines worth of heavy transport bots. So it's these guys, 6 machines worth of these. And this feels like I've just plucked the number out of the air. I haven't done any sort of sensible decidings about this. Yeah, that 6 machines doesn't seem to make any sort of. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's true. Some people will happily come along and sort of have my voice on in the background while I'm getting on with something and they're getting on with something, or possibly while they're falling asleep in some cases. Apparently, other people will come along because they want to, well, they have specific interest in the game. Some because they enjoy watching me actually doing stuff. And possibly digging a hole is not the most interesting. Okay, so these guys take 10 seconds to make, each to make. These guys take 8 seconds. I'm very tempted just to go for making 1 per second, because then the numbers are easy. So we'll put down 8 assembler 2s, because as I say, that makes the numbers easy, and go from there. So, oh wait, that means I'm going to need to do more digging. Oh, I tried. I really did. I'm sorry. Oop. Dig. Right. This really is Laurence Goes Out Digging Simulator. Yeah. Oh well. Right. So I'm going to have my output belt here. That means I've got an inserter here, and then machine 1, 2, 3. Oh, actually, I don't have to dig so much because I've run out of hill. So keeping everything at the same level is just going to carry on straight across here. Now, I could say, oh, well, that means everything needs to drop down to this level and I'm going to dig in further. But I'm not going to, because I value my sanity and my time. And also this way, I've got an excuse. I'm still going to have to do a bit of hole digging, unfortunately. Although, you know what? Let's blow up this hill. It's going to leave a crater, but I don't care. Yeah, it's a little bit of a crater. It's probably about right. Another one over there. And over there. And what the hell? Over there. Ready? Boom! That's quite a lot more hole than I was intending to dig, but never mind. Right, so let's do a little bit of filling in of these holes, because filling in holes is fairly quick. So I'll go from there to there. There we go. And I've got a little bit more here. Did I save enough for that? Yes, I did. Excellent. There we go. Perfect. And you didn't see any sort of hole underground at all. I don't know what you're talking about. This is where Peter tells me again that it worries him when I leave areas open to subsistence like that. But never mind. He'll get over it, I'm sure. And we'll fill in that hole there. And then there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever of my fun and games with explosives. Right. So I wanted to have 8 machines, didn't I? So that's 1, 2, 3, and 1 for the inserters. And there's 1 for the inserters on the other side, but I can't do that from here. So that's 4 times 8 times 3 is 24. Oh. A bit more. Turns out a bit more digging is required, even after my judicious use of explosives. But oh well. There we go. And now from here, I can go all the way back over. Oh wait, I need to do another row. Yes, another row. Oh wait, am I going to need another row along here? Because there's going to be so many. Well, I don't need another row, but I might need. I might need another row on this side because there's going to be so many. Oh no, we'll just have lots of belts. We'll get multiple belts over there. That's fine. Okay, so let's start putting the machines in. One of those there to start with, and right, you are going to be making light bots. That's this guy. And that requires steel, which is a direct input. It requires machinery parts, which are made out of iron and iron. It requires electronic components, which are made out of copper and copper. And it requires glass, which is a direct input. So that's 4 inputs and 1 output. So we need 5 belts around this thing. Let's put 3 on this side. Then I can plumb the glass straight in here as it comes out, after it comes out of the ground over there. Actually, where does that go to if I just bring it straight through? If I bring it straight through, it goes whack into the side of the machine. Okay, fine. I will admit I didn't really think that through before I placed it. So we'll bring that over here, and then like that, and then we'll have a ramp up, and then a belt goes along here. Yep, perfect. That goes all the way along here like so. Probably going to need to knock out some more ground over there. Bit, like that, and that. Oh, but not like that. Sorry, didn't mean to dig there. Right, so that's my glass. Next up, I'll have the output, because then I don't have to worry about crossing belts over too much. So it's going to come straight through there like that. Then I need an input of steel, and we have an input of steel somewhere around here. Yes, here it is. I think the best way to do this is going to be to knock out a couple of pieces here. Not like that. And then put in a splatter, which is that one, like that. And then put in a ramp. Yes, an up ramp. Oh, I'm too close. Please delete the thing. Try that again. Put in a splitter on there. Yes, like that. Then we'll have a ramp. And also we'll fill in the gap there because I do want there to still be a supply of steel to that area. And then this can carry on this way, like this, to about here. Then can I put a down ramp directly above an up ramp, like that? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so I will need to bring this out a little bit further. In fact, you know, let's bring it all the way to not there. Let's bring it all the way to here, and then try and ramp down from here and see if it'll fit, because I think it might just about. So we want a down ramp, and we go. How far down do we have to go here? It is only 2. Yeah, that's all right. We can insert from there, and then run that across all the way down there like that, and that's my steel supply. Lovely. Then on this side, we've got the 2 things that actually require some construction. So we're going to need to have 2 belts running up here, carrying the stuff. Then we're going to want at least a gap of 1 for the inserters for the other machines, and then a gap of, and then the 2 belts, and then a little bit of sanity. So we'll go to there, and then I can do a 5 by, is that 5 by? Yeah, 5 by some. Over here like that. And then we'll have a think about the bits and pieces we require for these robots. So, this is now the steel and the glass. So we now need, next up is the machinery parts. And making machinery parts, let's fill this gap in the middle in. I should have saved some of that stone, that earth from earlier. We'll do a little bit of that like that. Okay, making machinery parts takes just xenoferrite plates, that's easy, and it takes 1 second. That's kind of pathetic. We need 1, I put it in the wrong place as well, which is even worse. We need 1 machine to make those. Because I said we're making 1 robot per second, and 1 robot per second requires 1 xenoferrite plate per second, so it's just that 1 machine. Okay, well in that case, we'll cram the copper, the electronic components in as well, because they require technum and wire coils, and they take 2 seconds. So we need 2 machines making those, but these take 1 second to produce 2. So we have 1 machine making the wire coils, and then two machines making the Ujimawatsit, like that. This is proven to be somewhat easier than I was expecting it to be, actually. So I'm going to want 2 belts coming along like this, across here, and then back up here for all the way, and another one there, and there, and I guess let's put in a belt carrying the cables like that as well, because I can and I might as well. So that's, I mean, that has used up most of the middle space here for belts, so I don't feel too bad about this design. It's not too space wasteful. There's only 2 squares in the middle here, 1 square in the middle here, so I could nudge stuff across a bit. I could put belts on the other side, but that doesn't actually save space. It just puts the individual machines closer together. So I think this is okay. Right, now I need to put in some. Now I need inserters. So we have a short guy, we have a medium guy, and we have a long guy. Like that, and the medium guy is an exerter, like so. On the other side, we have a little one and a medium one, like that. And then we repeat ad nauseum, and it was what, eight of those machines, wasn't it? So I'll take a copy of that with its settings. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this is where we wish quite loudly and enthusiastically that we had Factorio's copy-paste mechanism, because then I could just do the whole lot in one go. But sadly, this is not Factorio. But we'll do what we can. There. And then there. There. No. Don't be bad. There and there. Right, that's that side done. And then over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What? Jump. Right, okay. And then now copy the one that's already been programmed to be an exerter, and then run along, filling in all the gaps along here. Okay, that is now basically everything except for the actual input of resources over here, which I have completely neglected, of course. Also, I don't need quite so much belt over here. Also, I would kind of like to have fill this hole in, because it does look a bit wrong as it is. Also, there appear to be some plants in the way of my foundation. Pop, pop. I mean, I could just fill the entire area with foundation, but I kind of don't want to. I guess it's going to have to be go and dig another hole, because, yeah, or dig up some more junk, or dig up some more earth, because I need earth to fill in the holes I've made. So, despite trying to avoid needing to dig, I apparently still need to dig. And I guess I could fill it all in with the foundation stuff. That is certainly a possibility. There's no harm in running belts over foundation. It's just that foundation costs a bit of iron, so I'm trying to be vaguely stingy with it, rather than just slapping it down all over the place. That said, producing the foundation, placing the foundation is much quicker and less, oh, you must dig up additional ground to do so. I can fill that gap in. Great. And then how much have I got? I've got 6 left. Fine, I'll use foundation. I only need 2 more rows of it across here anyway, like that. And then, oh, and I'm going to need and the belt's going to need to come in from somewhere as well. So I'm going to need a bit more over here, like that. Then I have to think about, then I need to think about bringing in iron and copper. So there's the copper. So that means I come along to about, oh, and there's the iron right underneath it. Oh, that's awkward. Says I. How am I going to get this iron out from here? Through extreme spaghetti, I suspect. What I'm probably going to do is put in my splitter here, and then have one of them loop back round and go in there, and the other one carry on across there. Actually, it might as well go at the lower level. So, okay, let's dig that up, and that up, and that, and that, and that. And then I can put in a splitter there. And that means then I can dig a hole like that and have one of those, but in an up direction in there. You're a slow splitter, that won't do. No, there we go, there's a fast splitter. Upgrades work, which is quite nice. So that then goes there. These come up and then they go round and join onto there. Meanwhile, we extend this belt across here at this height, like that. From there to wherever, I guess. Whoop. Here, probably. And then I put in one of these here, but going up like that. And I think, you know what, I'm going to stick in another splitter here, because we're probably going to need more iron further down the way. So I'll put in a yellow splitter like that, and then a red belt going to there, and boom, suddenly there is iron, and then that can be brought. I'm going to bring it all the way along, so when I decide I want to double the production rate of these, I can do so. Yes, you can indeed auto-drag ramps. Yes. Yeah, you're quite right. I think I did. I preempted that being a problem because I knew it was going to be. I don't know if this was the answer to the problem I was expecting to come up with, but it is certainly an answer, and will have to do. So I also need to do the same sort of thing. That was 3 pieces. Same sort of thing up here. So we'd have another one of these like that. And then this belt carries on from here to eternity. Also known as to here, while I work out the maths. So right, let's do this backwards. So I have a belt comes to here. Then we'll have a ramp, but it'll be a down ramp this time. Like that. And that, excellent, that is the correct height. So at this point, I then put one of these in here, but on the other, on the other one, that is not helpful. Oh, maybe it is. I think that's in the right place. Yeah, it is. Awesome. All right, that was weird using the free build mode, but never mind. We'll cope. And then that can go in there, and then boom, just like that, that's copper coming in. And I can run a belt along there. Okay, so this, if I remember correctly, we have the first machine was making the mechanical component, yes. And then we're making the copper cable, and then the, yeah. So that means I need my inserters. The first machine is just doing that, and I'm running out of inserters. That's horrifying. Then the next one needs a medium, and so it's that one, and so does that one. Then over here, fortunately that's just enough, so I'll put that there. And yeah, it is. And then over here I put in long inserter there, and there, and there, and all right, there, fine. And I put in a medium one there, and there, and not there. And then I say you are to be an output, you are to be an output, you are to be an output, and finally you are an output. Like that. And that should be all the bits and pieces. Oh, I need to actually program these machines. That would help. You are going to make those. You are also going to make those. Right. There you go. Now we see the copper wire flowing through nicely, and the components coming out, and the other sorts of components coming out. And then over here, well, we've got a little bit of filling up of input buffers to do. But if my maths is correct, and there's a small chance my maths is correct, I hope, then yeah, we can let these run through like that, and hopefully that will be the correct number that once all the input buffers are filled up, we'll get all of these machines working and producing the light bolts. And here come the first ones out now, and they've gone bump into a tree. That's okay. I haven't tried to do anything with them yet, because the next thing to do is going to be put down another one of these, and try and remember. Oh, we've got enough. We've got enough heavy bots. Wow. What's happened? I wonder how we're getting on with light bots. Whether we're in the same sort of position with those. No, the light bots are still being fed in steadily. I say steadily. Some of them are going in. I wonder if that's that I don't have enough ground to orbit capacity, or whether it's that I'm selling them all. I think it's probably the former. So I'll need some more of that before I can go any further. Okay, so I need another one of those guys. Do I actually... Light poles is a nice idea, actually. Yes, I'll go back and put some of those in a minute. How do I do these? So it's probably going to be a structure, isn't it? It's an absolutely massive structure. It should be really obvious because of that. Oh, what's all this stuff? Ooh, oh yeah, data sources. I don't really know what to do with these. I think these are combinators, or what Factorio would call combinators. But I haven't played with them yet. Where are my spaceports? No, your casting machine. Just look up. I can't remember. Thing is, I can't remember what the spaceport is called, so I'm calling it a spaceport. But oh, here it is. Space shipping pad small. Oh, we've also got a shipping pad medium. Emergency beacons, I believe, have to be made in my pockets, which is why I've not been which is why I haven't been able to fully automate making space landing pads, shipping pads. Presumably, a medium pad can take small ships. Yeah, they're blast resistant as well. That's nice. Maybe some upgrades are going to be required at some point soon. For now, let's go with the shipping pad small. Now, am I making those automagically? I think I might be, but I need to feed them with the pole things. So what do they require? Zenfrite machinery parts, electronic components. Right, so they're probably being made on this column over here. Burner generator, light poles, foundation, crushers, pylons, transformers, pumps, tier 3 inserters, copper cable, explosives. There we go, that one. So I need to handcraft an emergency bacon, like that. Then feed that in here, and it'll make me a shipping pad. Eventually. See, this is the sort of reason why, actually what I should be doing at this point is making another emergency bacon, which requires xenophrite plates and electronic components. So now if I make another one of those, then, well, I can take that, and when that's finished, I can put one of these in here, and then I can come back and it'll be ready for me when I get back to make another one. Then, yes, over here, light poles. Yes, we were talking about light poles, weren't we? So that light poles are a good idea. I've got 12 of this sort left, apparently. So let's put some of these in somewhere. I guess there, and you know what, I'll put one there because I can. That area is... Oh, actually there's room for one there. Let's put one in that hole. But that's very, very full. Got them there and there. There. That one's completely full. There's room in... There's room out the front here. Alright, we'll put them there. Just get a little bit of illumination along here because it will get dark at some point. Okay. And then... we bring this belt over this way, somewhat, and right, we try and line up with that one, I guess. This is going to require a significant amount of diggy hole, I'm afraid, or splody hole. Let's try not to blow up the belt, though. Boom. Right, so yeah, once again, I can't fill in the hole very nicely, but at least I can use the hole. So over here, yeah, I'm going to need to do a bit of extending of this. This bit I'm going to have to do by hand because I want to bring the power over without destroying absolutely everything that I've spent time building. So run that over there like that. Excellent. And then so you copy. There we go. Bring that out over here. In fact, we'll bring that through as a dead straight line just all the way to here because I know I'm going to need it in the future. The landing pads or the spaceports, whatever we're calling them, are how big? Where is it? Can't find it. I know I grabbed one. Oh, there it is. 20 by 10. Okay. And this is the front of it. So I want to go 19 by 10. Okay, that belt is kind of in the way. So that's a start. I didn't count how many that was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, more digging required and a bit of belt rerouting required as well. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Don't care anymore. I know I'm going to come out at the other end and hit wide open spaces. I'd say things have changed a lot since very, very early access. There's a lot more content in the game now, and I haven't run out of things to do yet. And it felt like I feel like I've got plenty to do basically. So I'd say yes, there's a lot more content in here. And it feels a bit more complete. There are almost like there's reasons to do the stuff now. So yeah, it's still technically early access. I imagine there's a lot more development is going to happen in the game. But I would also say it's definitely at a point where it's worth playing. I seem to have missed. What? Oh, I got carried away. And yeah, my drill is slightly too powerful at this point. It turns out. I need to be a little bit more careful. And I've gone too low as well. Ah! On the plus side, I'm generating lots of the earth that I'm going to need to fill in some of the holes that I've accidentally made. On the minus side, I'm making a lot more hole than I need to. It's hard to say, regular. It might depend on how long ago you played. I played it during the Steam Next Fest, so it was very, very early access at the time. And from there, well, I started again, and I feel like that was probably the right decision. If you played it more recently and therefore things have changed less, then I don't know. I'm afraid I'm not in a position to really where I feel I can give a sensible answer to that. You could try loading your save and see if everything seems to still be working. I feel like the main goal of the game has changed a lot. So when I first started playing, it felt a lot like Factorio in that you had science packs to make, and the goal was basically just to go in and make science until you've done all the research, and then that's about it. Now it feels like the goal is to try and sell stuff to the galactic economy. And make money in the form of Thermalite, which you can then use to pay back a loan that apparently you have to get from the start of the game. So that's quite a big change. Whether that means it's necessary to start again is kind of up to you. But I think probably if you played it anything like as long ago as I did, I think starting again is probably going to be more sensible. think I'm probably going to redo this belt from about there. Yeah, we'll have this go around the front of the spaceport instead of going across there. So I need to remove that. Nope, don't go any higher. Remove all of that, and boom. I do like that tool. That's something that Factorio could do with. Even invalid copy target. Copy the damn thing. There we go. Put one of you in there. Thump. And then, yes, I need to repair this belt. Link that from there. Link that from there to... Can we go over the... Yeah, it's over the top of that one. That's fine then. To there. Except that there is an inconvenient rock in the way, so it's not worth out. Yeah, and if you want a more helpful answer than I don't really know, I just started again, then the sensible thing to do will probably be to ask on the Foundry Discord, because they're going to know a lot more about it. Why am I still generating plastic? Oh, I see. It's just that's how little plastic I've used. Okay. I feel like I'm not really using plastic, and all of this that's disappearing now is because I picked up that belt, and so the belt I've just removed is probably not actually going to be necessary in the long run. Maybe I should have just picked up the whole thing. Also, I think I've forgotten how I've forgotten that I moved the plastic, or rather I've forgotten where I moved the plastic to. So I'll get rid of that. Tidy things up a little bit. I'm lost. Okay, going this way. So yeah, this belt is probably pointless. Okay. And the actual plastic is coming out over here. Yeah, so eventually I want to remove this belt, all of that, but I was hoping to churn through this plastic manually first. Presumably I can't go over here and put any more into this machine because it's going to have its output is going to be full. No, don't change the recipe. Do that. Manage inventory. Put that in there. Put that in there. No, it's just put that in there. Okay, I just have a load of plastic in my pockets. I could destroy it all, of course. It's not like plastic is valuable. Or I could come over here and try and put it into these machines. Can I do that? No, it's not into there anyway. Maybe into there. Yeah, there we go. That's got rid of a load of it. And that's got rid of the rest. There we go. Okay, so that's all my plastic gone. Ship going out. So, next is to come all the way over here and then link this belt to... I'm off by one. Oh. You know what? I'm just going to move this thing across one so that it matches where this belt comes through, because it's a bit too perfect otherwise. There we go, and remove that. That was an effort to remove, possibly because it's so big. Then this comes over here like that, and then oh, that's too far. That's out of reach. Then I put the that back in again, but here this time, and then I configure it. Transport wares from factory to space station, and it would be those that we're transporting. Light bots. That's a full ship. Oh no. Yes, that's no 40. Don't go with less than 40. Just fill the ships up. Right. There you go. In they go. Da 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 da. Hurrah! Hurrah! The robots went in one by one. Hurrah! Okay, so we are now feeding in light bots into the launch system, and I strongly suspect that I am now limited by my my lift capacity. I don't think there are enough spaceships doing the planets to orbit run. So that means it's time to go back over to the the control system. BB-8 is just wandering around on the belts. Fine, he can do, I guess he's allowed to do that if he really wants. Maybe I should go and talk to him, see if he's got any news for me at the moment. We can do some more upgrades. So, alright, so this gets me from 10 to 15%. This gets me from 8 to 10. This gets me from 37 to 50 weight reduction. Let's do that one. Max that one out just for funsies. Because I think, yeah, shipping them... I've just been saying that my lift capacity is the limiting factor at the moment. So I think possibly upgrading the product weight is probably is a good idea there. Why is that pinged again? Oh, okay, lightbots are pinged as well. So yeah, we'll do the same there. Okay, so now I go into the galactic market. Oh, true. Factoria has Alt D. Yes, you're quite right. But it's not as quick for ripping loads of stuff up by hand. But it will tell the bots to do it. And overall, I would certainly take the bots, the Factoria bots over the lack of bots that we have here. Right. So let's try and configure you to supply light bots as well. And so that was Salaxian, wasn't it? Yes, it was. So Belacan also wants light bots. So we'll say, do you need a ship? And you've got a ship. So let's say we would like you to ship all of the light bots. Umuria, let's have a trade license for there. And I would like to open supply route configuration, ship management, add ship. And I would like to sell everything we can. So light bots, transport bots. That's it for the time being. I don't know. Should I be just maxing out all of these, even if I'm not making them, and then as soon as I am making them, they'll be supplied? I don't really know. We'll do that. Ah, that's useful. That's useful information. Yeah, let's go and look at the planets I'm heavily doing things with at the moment. So, right, supply route configuration. Capacity is 96,000 kilograms per hour with one ship. Available capacity is 82,000. So, presumably if I drag this down, you've got 90,000. So there's a load of capacity available here. The ship I'm using here is somewhat over-spec'd for this particular route. Oh, agreed, Radagast. Yes, absolutely. Yes, having a blueprint system and the construction bots to operate it is far better than not having it at all. And having the satisfactory blueprint system when I played it, which I believe has changed in the 1.0 release, was not very satisfactory because it wasn't big enough and they didn't join together. But I gather that has changed, so it's got a lot better. Hey, Persistent, welcome. Welcome to Laurence Pokes Around in Space. Right, so let's have a quick look at these. Now I've found that number. Yeah, there's loads of... Okay, I've got oodles of oodles of capacity for all of these. These are massively over the amount I need. So these ships are hugely over-spec'd, but never mind. That's fine. I think we're still making money hand over fist. So yeah, I'm okay with that. And here we've still got 75,000 kilos an hour capacity available. Well, once I start making the screen bots, that'll knock a bit off that, and so on and so on. But at the moment, everything is absolutely fine. We've got loads of spare capacity, but that's something to keep an eye on. The question, so that's with all of the planets I've got links to now. Well, I'm not making it. Oh, I'm making transport bots. That one requires. We'll see. I don't think that was worth it at the moment. What do you want? You want light bots and transport bots and screen bots. So that'd be a good one to take. So let's unlock that one and unlock the planet. And then I don't have a ship for this. Let's go and make some more ships because I did think that I just straight up didn't have enough. So how many am I allowed at the moment? Quite a lot by the looks of it. So I think I need a couple more doing planetary shipping. Like that. And I've got two more for. I've got one. Let's have another one doing planetary shipping. I can't really tell how much available capacity I have here. Yeah, so that's my exactly regular. Yeah, so that's my surface to orbit logistics going there. It's improved there. Yeah, as I say, I understand Satisfactories has got better, but that was before I played. Since I played it, sorry. So I'm not so. I don't know. Yes, it has got better, but it's still. My memories of it are less than complimentary, should we say? Right. So we just unlocked Luthara even. So I'd like to open supply route configuration. I will give it a ship. We can have that ship because it's free. And then supply configuration, we will give you all of the light bots and all of the transport bots you can take. Save that, and that's still only using about 10% of its capacity, which is pretty good. So that's good. We can afford all of that. And yeah, the only question now is, can we bring all of the resource, all of the ships, and all of the bots up to space fast enough to keep it to satisfy all of this? And those two, yes, absolutely. They're both basically maxed out. The light bots are increasing rapidly by the looks of it. So I feel like we've got plenty of capacity here. What's this cog thing do? Okay, minimum to keep on station, fine. I set minimums to keep on station here. I don't want those actually, because that was when I thought that was to do with the selling system. We've also got the galactic the sales platform. I will enable sales of light bots, keeping 200 in storage. Like that, and we'll just sell them at regular price at the moment. That's fine. Yes, there are many station upgrades available. So all the ones with green slots next to them are ones that are available. I've in the interest of sort of keeping stuff a little bit under control, shall we say, I've been trying to do the station upgrades kind of when I want them, rather than just going through and doing all of the upgrades I can because they're there. Although this looks like a generic miscellaneous thing, so let's stick that one in and do that. Especially as I have too much money at the moment. I can only store 100,000, and I get charged for anything I'm storing over that, which seems a little bit silly. And then, sure, let's have things that go faster. Yeah, there are loads of things that can be upgraded on here. Ooh, orbital laser, that sounds fun. Let's install an orbital laser just because. Oh, I haven't got enough power. Let's install a reactor. Because I can, and power seems useful. Right, so we'll let those run. None of those are going to do anything particularly spectacular, although they will spend enormous quantities of my money. What's that? Oh, I see. I've got to 95,000 earned out of 500,000. What? I don't understand. I've earned 597,000 in the lifetime of my company, and this says 95,000. Maybe that's 95,000 since the previous rank I unlocked. I guess. Yeah, it's basically it's like banks used to be before sort of sanity prevailed, where you were charged to store stuff in them because they weren't lending your money out to other people. So yeah, I can store because the money is this sort of weird plastic stuff. It's a resource as well that I ship down to the ground and hammer flat to turn into various robot parts. So yeah, I can store 100,000 of it on my own space platform, and then anything else that somebody else stores for me and charges me for because they're cheeky, I guess. I don't understand what the ranks are here. Fine. Speaking of, let's upgrade the thermalite vault again. so it takes another 100,000, and that'll give me another thing to spend my money on, and also stop me having to pay to store it. So let's go in here and pay off some debt. Let's pay 50,000, so about half my money, and then that brings the amount I'm being taxed down a little bit, which is nice, I suppose, and also drops me down to well within the amount I can store on the station. So that's also nice. Okay, so while I've been talking, yeah, the number of light bots in storage has gone up, so I think that means that we're creating those fast enough at the moment. I think I'm happy for. Do I want to? I could drop the price. I could reduce the price of the heavy-duty transport bots and the transport bots in order to mean more of them would sell, and I would get more money from that. But I would require more resources in order to make them. Let's go back to the galaxy map and see. So we're doing Luthara. We're sending out their transport bots. Is there anywhere else? We haven't gone to Zorethix, but they would take some transport bots. So let's do that as Well, although I don't have a ship for that, so at this point I then go back to here and I go to spaceships and I go, can I have another ship, please? And I can. Okay, I'm still sort of expecting to get to the point where I don't have enough capacity in my hangars, but that keeps not happening. So I must have done massive upgrades without really paying very much attention to exactly how much I'd increased it by. So we'll take the ship number 19 and we'll configure that to take over transport bots, all of them, like that. Yes. Okay, so that'll be a few more of my transport bots being taken away from the space station. Phew. I think that's probably enough poking at the space station for now. So, yes, let's think about research. Is there anything else that's worth doing at this point? Are there any new science packs I should be thinking about? So there is Science Pack 4, which is gated behind energy cells, which unlocks loads of new stuff, including Belt 3. Spare hangar capacity show. Oh, is it? Oh, there we go. So I've got 30. Okay, so I've got room for 13, and I've filled it. So in that case, let's whack in another hangar upgrade, or 2, because I'm going to come back at some point and want to buy more ships. Basically, thank you for pointing that out. That was definitely worth doing. What was I saying? Yeah, so there is another science pack I could start working towards, or I could go for geothermal power. That's interesting. Faster freight elevators. That will get around that annoyance of the thermalite travelling so slowly in the freight elevator before and alarming me. Marble blocks. That sounds aesthetic. All right, let's stick energy cells in, because that's the thing that's needed for science pack 4. Combat drones are probably going to be a good money maker. Executive office furniture seems a little pointless. Biomass farming, sure. I might want that for making explosives. Well, no, I've got the better explosive recipe at this point. Ooh, portable light. Interesting. Doesn't require power, so I could just scatter these guys everywhere. Maybe they've got mini solar panels hidden in them. As maintenance drones and combat drones. So it's all right. Let's have combat drones and maintenance drones being researched as well, because they sound fun and useful and stuff. And yeah, we'll let that tick over. So next, I suppose, is going to be... Oh yes, I was going to build screen bots next, wasn't I? So that's another one along here. So how is launching stuff to orbit again? What do you're okay? That's spaceship fuel. Okay, fair enough. But it's full. Over there, we've got quite a lot. We've got a spaceship down here and a spaceship here. I'm kind of unsure what I should be looking for. So I think. We have enough throughput, because up in space everything was full. So I think I don't need to. I've got enough spaceships taking stuff up. What's going on here? Why are you not making any? Why? Oh, why is there no steel coming through? And it looks like it's time to upgrade copper as well. I've finally started using that faster than producing it. But why is steel stopped completely? That's a worry. We are. Oh, well, it was only a matter of time, but I have now depleted my starter iron patch. Gosh. Okay. I mean, as I say, it was only a matter of time, but that's quite interesting and spectacular and slightly alarming. So, yeah, along here, I guess we'll pull that out and then bring that through there directly. Over here, I don't need any of this foundation. Click, drag, click, click. Just going to remove all of that. Don't need that, therefore I don't need this either. Coming out of the hole a little bit. I don't need these anymore, they're not going to do any good. And then I need to sort of follow all of the belts from here and make sure I've got resources, all the resources I need coming in. Actually, what I should probably be doing is moving the steel production to somewhere else and decommissioning these. Well, I can already decommission this iron column because we've got a flood of it coming out from the underground iron production area. So in the interest of, oh, actually, no, that's a splitter as well as a combiner. So I'll leave that in. But yes, I can remove all of this at this point. And yes, I do actually want to remove that entire iron smeltery area. So all of this gets to go. And that, and that, and that. And also all of this foundation, so we'll recover some of that. And this is actually also freeing up quite a lot of real estate right in the middle of the factory. I don't know if that's remotely useful, but it is. Okay, so that's the old iron production system sort of tidied away a bit now. There too. All right, fine. There. I hope there wasn't any power being passed through here to anything else. I should probably check that out. No, that seems to just be coming out this way and then doesn't go to anywhere else. Oh, maybe it goes over here. Yes, it does go to over here. Oh, no, this still has power. Okay, oh, sweet, it's been brought in from over there as well. Right, so, yeah, let's take these out because these are clearly not doing anything useful. Take all of that out. And much of this. Where's that going? Okay, that goes there. So take out that and that. Right, but we still have this belt coming up here that is responsible for the steel making. So conveniently, I have this belt of iron ore being brought in here. So if I pull up that and destroy the stone, destroy the iron ore, I don't care. Pull up that as well. I've got some more iron ore now, but never mind. Then I can put in a rapid splitter. Is that in the right place? Yes, here. That can come around there. And to be honest, this can just be a red belt. Let's save a little bit of resource. No, you need to be an up ramp. Oh, you are an up ramp. You just need to go down here like that. Then a belt goes across here. Actually, I need to think this one through. It needs to come up to here. So I guess we want it to come from here to here. And then I can put in ramps like that. And belt like that. Okay, there we go. So that's now, we now have, this is all coming from the new iron patch down here. That's being dug up gradually and being fed through here. We're smelting a load of it into iron plates along here. And then some of it's being fed through as iron ore to come around this way to go up to, I think, concrete making over here, but also now to steel making along here. So I've sort of broken the, I'm putting all of my, trying to keep all of my smelting underground thing that I had going on, but I'm okay with that. So yeah, there we go. Now the iron ore is being fed in there. We've got the crushed iron coming through somewhere. I'm not even sure where. And being turned into, and then eventually steel should be coming out here, but I think it's taking a little while to fill everything up again. Right. Yeah, it's the same. This is largely the same. Yeah, this is basically a Factorio style game. There are significant differences, like the whole 3D world thing, which means I can have belts going. I can have things going over the top of other things. I can dig mines underground. I've got an entire underground smelting system. So yeah, it's not just Factorio, but it is a lot like Factorio. It is the same. If you've played Factorio, you will be very, very familiar with a lot of the stuff in this game. I think I can say that without being mean, and yeah, just generally, I think that's true. I would like to fill in all of these gaps here now, so I don't just go around, so I don't have holes to fall in all the time, basically. I don't think I have it. Oh, actually, I might have some other resource. Yeah, I've got 66 rocky desert dirts. which is enough to do that. And yeah, I would say this place is... Ooh, there's a random belt there. Let's remove that. And there's a... Oh, I see. That's that. Some of that. And got 2 pieces left of this one. Okay, I feel this place is no longer a trap the way it was before, so I'm okay with that level of filled-inness. And there we go, there's some iron flowing again. Now we've got a full belt of ore coming in here. I think in the future I may need to upgrade the iron production significantly. When I do, that's going to be another one of my underground smelting facilities, I think. But for now, just bringing over the supply of iron ore to here is what I was intending to do back when I started doing the upgrades, and I think I'm quite happy with that. So now, yes, we've got the iron. Yeah, we've got all of the iron being smelted down here, and then the steel's still being produced up here, but all from this patch down here. When that patch inevitably runs out in the fairly distant future, I'm not sure what. I guess what I'll do at that point is set up massive amounts of mining on this patch, and then just have a load of belts bringing it up to here. And that should hopefully keep this one running. Then just feed it through as if it was the existing system. Basically, what I've done here, where I've got this was built here because the previous iron mine was in the ground here, and it's taking it all through, and so we're taking in the ore from here. And so in the future, well, the new system is taking the ore from here. So we just bring the ore up. We bring the ore to here by belt, and then can feed it into the existing system. Okay. So the next thing is the copper. As we can see, this is no longer sufficient copper. The patch is still going. It's only a little bit patchy. So that much is kind of okay. It's just the throughput we've got with the smelting stack here. So I guess, well, what I need to do here. There are several possibilities. So number one, obvious way to do this is to just extend this. There's room for at least 3 more machines along here before it goes down the belt there, and there's room for doubling it along here, I reckon. So inserter 1, 2, inserter belt. Yes, there is just room to have another row of machines along here, smelting straight from the copper ore and producing copper, which will run along here and then go out onto the belt over here and join it and be sent out that way. However, that is using the less efficient recipe. There is an alternative. If we look in the metallurgy, we can first make it. If we first make it into technum ore instead of technum ore rubble, we can then cook it from, instead of cooking from technum ore rubble, which makes 1-to-1. We can do technum ore to technum rods, which is a 2-to-3. So we get an extra 50% out of it. So I think that's worth doing, especially as this patch is starting to suffer a little bit. There are several possibilities here, actually. So yeah, so as I say, landing okay. So one possibility here is to to increase the amount of smelting here by 2.5 times by just cramming in as many smelters as possible and plundering this technum ore patch hard until it disappears. And especially if in the meantime, I go over here and set up mining around on this patch, and then an underground smelting area here, working on crushing and smelting area running on this one, like I've done with the xenoferrite ore patch over here, and that would allow me to get this one to start producing from here, and then I could run it over by belts and feed it in however I want. There's splitters in here. I could feed it all the way around to here and then feed it in, basically feed it in here, or I could bring it onto the bus about here somewhere and then split the belts and turn some of the belts around to take it to wherever it goes. So that's certainly a possibility. And to be honest, I sort of like that, because that'll save me from double building the... You know what I should have done, in hindsight now? I should have repurposed the iron smelting array here that I just ripped up, because that was all of the crushers and all of the... That was all crushers and smelters. All I'd have had to do is go along and tell them to do a different recipe and then feed in the other ore instead. That would have been so much better. Grr. Oh well, never mind. yeah. So let's do the quick and dirty fix for now. Or do I want to do that? Or I mean, it'd be quite easy to put in another system going out over this way as another sort of temporary thing. Let's do it properly. Let's be good. So let's put in some more foundation. I'm just going to build this up to surface level because this is only very, very temporary. So we have a belt, an inserter, a machine, inserter, belt. So 6. Do I need another bypass belt? I kind of do. Yeah, okay, let's make it 7. And then let's look at the numbers. So if we bring out a yellow belt of it, let's get through this stuff quickly. So it takes a crusher 1. I don't think I have crusher 2s yet. So crusher 1 takes 1.5 seconds per thing. And a yellow belt is 320. So that was what what number did we decide on before? It was 5.3 recurring. Helpful. Why it's not 360, I don't know. That would be so much more helpful if it was. Anyway, so 5 and a bit at 1.5 seconds each. So 5.3 times 1.5 is about 7.5 and a third and a little bit more. Call it 8. So we need eight machines doing that. And that's going to be, yes, about 8 machines doing that. And then this takes 6 seconds in a, 6 seconds in a small smelter to turn 2. So 1 every 3 seconds. So if we've got 5.3, so that's 1 every 3 seconds. That's 16 machines. Crikey. So 8 and 16. Maybe I should go for 4 and 8, and we'll just do this at the slower rate for now. So 4 and 8 is 12 machines. They're 2 each. So 12, 24. So I need to make this 23 long. Whoop. 23. Boop. And of course, there's a rock in the middle of it. This is the downside of not digging a hole earlier. If I dug a hole under it all, then the rock would have fallen into the hole and broken. Never mind, though. Also, why have I built this so close to the patch? Never mind. Boom! That is in fact minimum safe distance apparently, because I didn't wreck this, but I only just didn't wreck it. Let's try it again. So you go there. That's too high. Don't go there. Go there. Don't go there. No. Stop it. Up there. Fine, that'll probably do. I think I stuck an explosive charge onto an explosive charge there. Right. Oh dear. That went a bit further through than I intended. Crap. Okay, right, let's tidy up after myself. And my inventory's full again. Sort. Does that help? That's helped. Fortunately, I have a load of spare mining drills at this point because I just gathered up a load of them from somewhere else. Oh, ah. Let's bring that up there. I would like to have a mining drill, please. Yes, one of these guys. There. Actually, no, I wouldn't. I would like to have it further across. Like, let's just put it there. And then I can put an inserter there. And a belt there. Right, okay, so that'll start. That's going to be sending the copper ore off that way. I think that goes to make explosives or something. I can't remember exactly. So down here, though, I'm then going to need to have this come down a little bit further, like, let's go down to here. And then build an area like that. and then I can have more drone miners. I'll put them in. I guess they'll go here actually. Like that. Then I need another piece of something across here. And, you know, in the interest of making things look a little bit like they're actually connected to themselves, sort of vaguely supported and not just completely cantilevered, let's put a support in like that, just because it looks nice. Can we not stop jetting, please? Right, and then, do I have enough yellow belts to do this with yellow belts? Yes, I do. Right, so I'm going to bring yellow belt across from here like that. Because at some point... Actually, there's no point in this being a yellow belt. This might as well just be a red belt. Because I'm not going to upgrade this. At least I don't intend to. Let's put that there. And then 4, I'd like you to be an up ramp, please. Like that. Yes. That. And go up to, yeah, basically surface level. I'm not going to do this with a drill because I'm not an idiot. Well, not that much of an idiot anyway. Oh, okay, we're not going to make it all the way up like this, so we're going to have the ramp, we're going to have it go that way, and then we're going to do a bit more drilling. Drill, please. There we go. Then we can have the ramp continue up from here, like that, and that is the height we need it at. So then I'll take some more belt, and that can come from here to here, and then go along there for some distance. Right, okay, so, oh yeah, I need the inserters down here as well, don't I? So we'll have inserters here, and here, and here, and here, and which one have I missed? That one? Is that all the machines? Yes, 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 yes. Right, so there we go. There's a lovely... I thought I'd run out of fuel then. But no, I just landed on something by mistake. Right, so there we go. There's a lovely supply of copper ore coming out. So, next up is the crushers. Let's see if I know I've got enough of all of these things. Crusher, because I just ripped them all out of the old iron systems. So, 1, 2, 3, 4 crushers. I believe it was 4 crushers and 8 smelters, wasn't it, to be balanced? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. So we've got we've got a red belt coming in along here, going to all of the crushers. So it needs to go a little bit further, like that. The crushers are then going to output the iron ore onto, sorry, the copper ore onto there. The smelters are going to then cook it up and output the copper onto there, and I've run out of belts. There was another. Oh no, this is the steel. That's okay. Belts. Whoosh. Okay, and then that belt goes from there all the way over. Well, we'll bring it round here, I guess, over the top of all of this. In fact, I might as well. Oh, I see. Yeah, bring it along here, high up, and then we can drop it down at this point. Bring it along next to the other copper, other supply of copper, and then bink bonk. And this is a yellow belt, so I guess I should probably put in a yellow splitter like that. And there we go. Oh, actually, no, this needs to be a yellow belt along here. I forgot about that. This needs to be a yellow belt because we're outputting 50% more than we're inputting, and we're trying to use up this entire red belt of input, which does in fact need to be a red belt. Oh no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Right. So now, I think I can do inputs here, 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 and here. And then outputs on the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, they've got a lot of power. That's helpful. Oh, and I missed. I'm going to have to go and work out why they don't have power in a minute. I thought I'd linked up the foundations, but apparently I haven't. That's an easy fix, though, so I'm not too bothered by that. Just build all of these up first. Right, so foundations over here. To be fair, it's correct. I haven't. So I guess we'll run foundation all the way along here. Under that, and that, give me that. That goes across to there, and to there. Boom! Suddenly got power. Excellent. But they do need to be configured. Okay, that's slightly surprising. You'd think they'd just run, but no. So yes, this is Technomore. I suppose sometimes you get the there we go. Sometimes you might get there's the steel recipe that uses a crusher, and yeah, so that kind of makes sense. And so you have to, it takes in iron and coal. So if it just took in the iron part, then it might break things. Right, that does appear to all be disappearing. Oh yeah, I need to set some of these machines as output without some of these inserters with outputs. So out, out. Out. Yeah, too high up. Out. Out. There we go. And then all of these start cooking. Lovely. And that means they then also need outputs as well. So let's put one in there and set you as an output. And then copy that. Oh, I see. No, copy that. And because I'm pressing Control Q to copy a machine with its settings, that means I fall out of the sky, because Q is also fall out of the sky. Right, so there we go. Oh, you know what? Let's get rid of all of that as well. Okay. So I think, yeah, there we go. They're nearly all running now. So they're filling up their internal input buffers and then producing basically. Oh, okay, and actually enough copper. So let's come over here and set the input priority to that side, because this one is more efficient. This one's 50% more efficient, and then this system here. Well, apparently we don't really need it anymore. It's not. Yeah, it's just stopped. So right. That's going to help for the time being. There's still quite a bit of copper left here, I think. But the bots will rip through it reasonably quickly. So I think at some point in the not too distant future, I am going to need to head over to that other copper patch over there. Let's go and investigate it, actually. Because it's sort of slightly weird in that it's above ground level, but it's also sort of in the mountains. So let's go and have a look and see, because it's above the sort of the ground level where I've been building stuff, but the mountains kind of get taller. Oh, it's quite a long way out, actually. Where is it relative to that lake? Okay, nowhere near as close. Nowhere near as far, rather. There's a huge hole here, but doesn't go down to the copper. Hang on, wait. Right, so the copper is underneath here, basically. Yeah, I'm over the middle of it now. So if I drop down to ground level, what is ground level here? I'm at a height of 165. The copper is at a height of 157. So actually it's only about 10 meters down. That's not as far as I was expecting. Although it might be at the top of the copper patch is at 157. Let's go and have a quick look. The actual rest of it is much lower down. maybe not actually. Let's investigate a little bit more. No, okay, the middle of the copper patch is at about that height. So, I mean, I still think it's probably going to be an underground belt of some sort, because going up and over the mountains with belt ramps seems like a silly thing to do. Or at least if I did do it, they'd be sort of way out in the air, on the sort of sticking out into space, rather than being built sort of neatly underground. That said, I could sort of flatten out an area in the middle of here, have this dug out here, and then just have my crushing and smelting area above ground in this sort of area. That's quite a nice idea, because that's a good old patch there. And it's very easily accessible, or at least it is now, so I've blown up the mountain. So I could continue with blowing up Operation Blow Up the Mountain like this. Just scatter these things willy-nilly. And that, especially if I then come in and do a little bit of tidying up, like knocking out anything that's at this height. Whoop. This is a decent area to build in, I think, now. Now I'm going to have to run power over here, so that's going to mean some pylons, but that's not a problem. There's going to be some filling in to do, and then I can put the foundation over the top of it. But yeah, I think this has quite a lot of potential as a new sort of nice little building area for me to expand out, put my new copper production area in. And I could have multiple belts going on here. So I could have, yeah, if I had... So a yellow belt coming out of here is going to produce 1.5 yellow belts worth of actual material eventually. So if I have 2 yellow belts coming out, then that'll be 3 yellow belts worth going from here off back to the factory. So that seems pretty good. And then maybe an additional yellow belt of the actual ore as well, because I think his explosives needs that as well. Question is there enough capacity? Is there enough? How many? The question is, how many mining drills do I need in order to pull out two yellow belts worth of ore? And quite a bit, quite a few, I imagine. I'm running out, aren't I? Yes. Okay, I'll need to do a little bit more quarrying of rock if I want to make this as neat as a nice neat area with the foundation on top of it. But that's not too difficult. So I'm sort of doing this as I idly think about how I want to set this up. Maybe the answer is, for now, I'll set up a single smelting stack for 1 yellow belt's worth of copper ore, because more than that does seem a little excessive. Ooh, no, upwards. There we go. Yeah, probably doing more than 1 yellow belt is probably excessive for now, because that will be double the amount of production I've currently got. Actually, no, it'll be about the same as the amount I've already got, probably, because of the 2 separate systems. But I don't actually, of course, I don't actually need it yet, because there's still quite a bit of copper left in the patch that I have running. I don't know. I'm not trying to talk myself out of doing it, out of building this. It's just sort of thinking about when I'll need to do it, I guess. How far along can I bring this with the amount of rock I've just dug up? Quite a long way, actually. Oh, and there we go. That's as far as I can go. Yeah, I think I think setting it, at least preparing to set up a new copper mine over here is going to be a good idea. And actually, I can start building at this point, and then when I go back over, I'll have to. I can then bring I can bring power back with me. So that's possibly a starting point. Right, where's the edge of this patch? It's here. So I can't build the mining drills any further out than this. So that's the first one, and then we need. They're too wide, and yeah, we need this much. Well, actually, technically, I don't need this much. And then this bit should be filled in with rock. That, and then yeah, then let's start. Drone miner 1, drone miner 1. Okay, drone miner 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll put a fifth one in. I don't really know what speed the drone miners produce resource at. They're just sort of there, and yeah, I don't know. They. That's going to go up 3. Yeah, so I don't. I've never really checked what speed they actually produce copper ore at, for example. It's just sort of. I'm sure some will come out at some point. Is that really only one higher? Yeah, it is. Okay. So along here, as before, we've got belt inserter, machine inserter, belt. 6, and it was 12 machines for a red belt, so it's going to be 24 machines for a yellow belt, and 24 times 2 is 48, so I need another 47. I'm not going to have enough of that, not even nearly. Well, there's 24 for my first bank of machines, I guess. Of course, this is taking up more space than I was expecting it to. I wonder if that's because I can't count. But let's just start building. So I want crushers. Crusher 1. Okay, I've only got 4 of them left, so that's going to be a limiting factor as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this would allow me to get 1.5 red belts out. In fact, let's go with this, and then I can put the rest of them on the other side and have that sticking further out into space. And then my second yellow belt can come up, and we'll do the same sort of thing over here, and probably go further into that rock face as well. So we've got that, and then I need 8 smelters. I've got 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On the plus side, I did make the area the right size for what I'm trying to do. Okay, so we have that belt come. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Whoop. It comes along to here. That's a problem. If I'm feeding off both sides of this belt, it needs to be the full length because we'll be using both of the available pieces of belt by a machine, one to feed into this one and one to feed out to this one. That means that I can, and also over here, if I have 2 rows of them, then we'll be using all of these, which means I can't have that belt going straight there because then the next one will need to go from there. In order to so the copper ore would flow straight through. So I guess that means all of these need to be moved 1 square out, which is a bit of a shame because it's quite a nice pattern. Oh dear, I've just removed all of the foundation as well. So yes, actually all the smelters will need to be a little bit further away. Didn't think of that at the time. Where are they? That one. So I'll leave a gap like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which means I'll also need 1 extra piece of foundation on. No, not down there. 1 extra piece of foundation across there to fit them all in. But then I can put in another yellow belt going from here out all the way along here like this, and this is going to be my copper output. So that one will just extend a bit further. Additionally, we'll need a yellow belt here for the intermediate. Now the bit I've forgotten here is that we'll also need we'll need an additional yellow belt for some of these machines, because we're producing 1.5 times the output. Sorry, we're producing 1.5 times as much output as we are input, and so I've gone yellow belt for input, yellow belt for output. That's not going to work. So we have what, 5.5 machines will work off the input. Will fit onto the one output belt, and then any additional ones. You know what? Actually, maybe I say, who cares? Let's put 6 machines along here, and say that that's going to be enough to fill the output belt, and I can remove all of that and say we only need 1 more smelter along here, and that would be enough. Given that we have another set of all of this on the other side of it as well, of course. Then this belt can go off through the mountain over that way, and then carry on over to my main base. That's pretty good. It'll need a huge quantity of inserters, which I'm running out of, but never mind. So let's flick you over to be an output, and then I can copy you 2, 3, 4, and then you know what? Let's come over here, and outputs over here like this. 1, 2. Oh yeah, you're right. The space station upgrade is stuck. I have suspicions. Presumably that means I've run out of something. And it's not money. I haven't run out of money. So presumably that means I've run out of the construction material, which I may or may not be building at this point. I don't remember. Oh, that was convenient. I had exactly the right number. So if we put more of this stuff in here, I haven't linked these together with Foundation. I should do that. I'll go. Unfortunately, I can't check what's going on with the space station from here. I need to go over to the space station, control panel. Apparently, at some point in the game, I will research a thing that will allow me to administer the space station from wherever I am, rather than having to go over to it every time. But I've not done that yet. So for now, the space station will have to wait, because I can't look at it from here. Okay, so that's power. Those two are connected power-wise now, which is good. Then, so up here, we're going to have another intermediate belt, inserter, machine, inserter, belt, and so I'm going to put my transformer here. Then I'm going to run if I run a cable from that, will it ask me for actually it'll probably ask me it'll give me a small transformer, but that's okay. But I want to then switch over to big transformers. Big pylons, sorry. But how do I link it to? How do I link that? How do I make it link to that one? I'm not sure. Also, these are kind of ridiculous for this sort of territory, this sort of terrain. Let's put one there, and then I'll link that there to there, and then there to... Oh, okay, like this. So how far can this go? Quite a long way, actually. I'm glad I'm using the large ones for this. Structure is blocked by terrain. Okay, let's stick it on the top of there then, that seems fair. Then my next one, I don't want to have to put it on top of here, because that seems like a waste of massive pylons. I'd rather go halfway down here if I can. That seems okay. Down. Too far. Blocked by terrain. That's okay. Now it's just going downhill, so this should be relatively easy. Well, blocked by terrain, really? What terrain is that blocked by? Don't be ridiculous. Oh, building is blocked by terrain. Okay, that's fine. It's not the cable is blocked by terrain. Too far, too far. I think I'm running out of giant pylons, unfortunately. Yes, I've run out of giant pylons. Right, let's go and get some more giant pylons and everything else I needed. What else did I need? I needed another smelter. That was about it, wasn't it? I think, oh, more foundation is probably a good idea. I've churned through a lot of that. I feel like I should ditch a load of this stuff. Do I have any... at least temporarily ditch it. I can destroy some seeds. I don't need seeds. I'm not using those. Right, where am I making large pylons? Is it over here? Flare stack, distillation, pump jack, casting machine, freight, lava smelter. Pipe intake, steam turbine, power line. So no. Maybe it's this one. Fluid assembler, chemical processor, and nothing's being done there. Where are my big pylons then? Assembler 2. I mean, I've obviously made some big pylons. I just don't know where. Oh, right. What goes into them? That'll tell me a lot about what I need for them. Pylon 2. Steel beams, electronic components, and polymer board. Right. So that means if it's polymer board, it must be done on this row. So it's possible I just didn't label it. What are you making? No. Nothing. Chemical processors, passenger elevators, fluid assemblers. Nothing. Large pylon, there it is, it's at the end. The last place I look, of course. So, grab those. Right, where is power? Where can I tap? Oh, I can tap in from over here. Okay, cool. So I'll go from here, bink. Too far. None of that, just letting you drag and make it as long as you want. Where is it over there? And then to there. Right. That is now linked up, and we should, in theory, in theory at least, have power going all the way over to the new copper patch. So I can fly back over here, and we should see, yes, there we go, the bots are working. Excellent. And I needed one more of these to get my half belt. Oh, and I need to program them. I didn't program them over here because they didn't have power. So that's, kind of fair. Configure, do that. And then, no, copy. Paste. And then these will just do whatever's fed to them, so that's fine. Oh, inserters over here would be useful as well. I didn't pick up more inserters. That was the other thing I needed. Okay. I think I won't run the belts from the copper production at the moment. I'll just sort of get it up and ready. And then run the belts later? I don't know. Is that silly? Oh, and I need more crushers if I want to finish the system off. Inserters. Foundation crusher. Let's take some more crushers. And some more smelters. And some more, no, not splitters. Belt, long inserters. Here we go, inserters. This is what I needed. I'm running low on medium inserters as well, so we'll take some more of those. In fact, let's change the name of this thing. Medium inserters, because we've got short, medium, and long. There we go. And also, how much belt 2 have I got? Not very much. Let's get more, just generally more everything belt related. So I'll have some more belt ramp 1s. More belt 1s. More belt 2. And we're quite. Let's get some more belt ramp too, as well. There we go. Right, lots of stuff. And while I'm over here, let's go and have a look at what's going wrong with the space station as well, because that's fairly easy now that I'm here. So down here we have the contact space station. Boop. Right, so we're missing construction material. So that's odd because we have a on the galactic market we're supposed to be buying construction material just constantly in order to keep us able to build upgrades. Maybe there isn't a spaceship assigned to that. There isn't a spaceship assigned to that. Okay, let's unassign that and assign you to recurring market orders. There we go. So that'll now fly out and buy more construction material. Also, I noticed this has gone over 100,000 again. So let's go back to the finances and pay off another 50 grand. And that'll take it from 1972 to 1952. So we've gone 20 years earlier. I mean, we've reduced the amount of debt tax a little bit. And yeah, when we sell stuff, I have to pay 20% on it, which is a bit of a shame. So I'd rather not do that if I can avoid it. But it's going to be a long time until I manage to pay off all of that. Right, so now there should be a ship flying off to... Yeah, this one should be flying off to go and buy some more construction material, which should allow us to start building these things a bit better. The light bot has improved further, so I'll grab the other couple of upgrades from there, and then come back down here. How much foundation have I got? 600. Okay, cool. I feel like, for a rare occasion, I feel like it'd be quite nice to have satisfactories slide along the power cables devices, because it feels like it might be quicker than flying over like this. Okay, so you're going to get an inserter like that. You're going to get an exerter like that, but also that. And this should get us 3/4 of a yellow belt coming out, I think. Is that right? So it's 50. Yeah, we've got 50. We're running at 50% capacity because there's 4 machines here. So 50%, and then it goes up to, then it's multiplied by 1.5. So yeah, 75% of a belt coming out here. So if I make another copy of this, then I'll use all of the input and I'll have 1.5 belts worth being produced. So I'm going to do that for now. And then at some point in the future, I'll run another belt out, and I'll get... Oh, I need inserters down here. I'll run another belt out, and then that'll get me up to... with a third set of the... of machines, and that'll take it up to three belts. We'll have 2 belts coming out. Yeah, 2 belts coming out. That'll get us 3 belts worth of stuff in total. So we need to extend this by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boop, like that. And then... Actually, no, it needs to be 6, doesn't it? Because I'll need a second belt coming out here, and then we'll combine them on the other side. So these machines do need to be along here like this. But then the output belt, as it comes along here, needs to go out a little bit further. So I need to extend this 1 additional square like that. So we're going to have a yellow belt coming across here, and I've got my convenient belt of space between the two there, so that I can then run that along there like that. And then we have these along here like this. And then an additional belt up the middle here for the output. Set them all up to be copper, and then we have that. Copy that to over here, and we have that. Yes, I am. In fact, I do appear to be in fact doing it live, which is probably a trifle unwise, but never mind. 1, 2, 3. about 6. And then over here, inputs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'm going to move that one because otherwise it'll annoy me. 6. There we go. Right. So that is now, in theory, a balanced system. No, it's not. These need to be 8s because I've changed how I'm doing this. Laurence, stop changing your mind in the middle of things. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they need to be... Oh, and all the way across. Yes, because I'm producing 2 separate belts now, rather than saying, yes, I want to cram it all onto the one. So yeah, this should actually be 8, 7, 8. Additional belt. Not like that. Not like that either. Whoop. Output. Output. Belt. Belt. Input. 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 Right, so that is 1.5 yellow belts worth of... That's 1.5 yellow belts worth of copper coming out here. Then I guess the research on the improvements on the space station haven't started going again. Maybe the ship needs to fly off and fly back again. So it's going to go in there. Right, far enough away from everything I care about. Let's do it this way. Where did that go? He's getting higher and higher. How far is it through this mountain? This is taking forever. If this is more than 20 bombs through, I'm going to be very unimpressed. There we go. I've seen the light. Oh, hello. That's not a sensible place for a little sheep creature to be. Right, so yeah, I can have those belts run straight through the mountain here and then start the merry descent here. Or I could possibly, if I thought of it before I'd blown the entire mountain apart, then I could have done an elevator down and then brought them across lower down, but I think up here is probably okay. So for now, I think I might link these two belts together. And then, because eventually I'm going to have an output of, my plan is to eventually have an output of 3. But for now, I'm going to send 1 belt over. I know I sort of suggested I probably wasn't going to do this today, but I've kind of changed my mind. So run this over here like this. To about here. I could still elevate it down, it's true. And it feels like it would be neater to take an elevator down than just have a massive ramp that goes down from here for basically forever. So it's sort of tempting. I don't have much in the way of... Why are you standing right underneath me when I've got a jetpack on? Stupid creature. Right, yeah, an elevator down from here would probably be quite a lot nicer, wouldn't it? Yeah, because the ramp would end up sort of finishing over there somewhere. And if I do an elevator down, then it can end up slightly below the ground level here, or slightly below my nominal ground level of what, 132, I think. And then I can have the belts going underground from here to at least to over there and on the bus, and then run the bus backwards. I think that's probably the sensible way to do it. I wasn't one. Apparently, I think this was just me testing one of the explosives rather than me starting to make a tunnel from there. So in that case, let's bring this back inside the tunnel a bit. So if in the future I decide I don't want to have this massive scar in the landscape visible from where I'm visible from the main part of my factory, I can adjust things a little bit. Okay, so over here, this is going to mean. Do I need power? No, I don't think I need power for an elevator. Can I just whack a freight elevator straight onto the back end of this? Freight elevator, that's that one. Well, yes, but I've only got one of them left, so it might not work very well. This is a top, yep, so put that in there. And then magic happens downwards like that. I think in the interest of sanity and... I'll come back to it. Also, I shall go and get another freight elevator before I do anything more. I think freight elevators are on this column along here. Flare stack, distillation pump, jack casting, freight elevators. Why have you not made any? You need more iron, don't you? Yes. So this is one of those awkward ones where I couldn't get all the resources to the same place. So you have to hand feed it iron in order to make your elevators. So give me that. Oh, yes, you're right. The inserters need to feed power into them. Conveniently, there's a pylon like right there. So, yeah, I'd forgotten they were inserter powered rather than something else powered, rather than just working magically like the spaceports do. Right, so down here, I should check the numbers on that to make sure I'm in the right place, but I'm pretty sure I'm in the right place. Yeah. So if I go underground here, I should find that elevator. This is probably deep. This is probably more than deep enough. So let's go across here. And oh look, it's Laurence is digging a hole again. Foundry does seem to be a lot of digging holes. You know, if I had any sense at all, I'd have checked the position of the elevator before I started digging. Apparently I don't have the sense to do that though, so... Might be able to tell on the map though. Ah, I'm very nearly there. Oh, there it is. Right, so that's my space elevator. I need to clear out some space. Not my space elevator, sorry, that is my elevator, my freight elevator. Freight-elevator. So I clear out a bit of space around here, make sure I can find it. There it is. Boom. So get the freight elevator out. That's that guy. And this time it's to be a bottom. Put it on the floor. Yes, we can. Zoop. Right, and the two of them should dig through to each other out over the next sort of several years. I think I need to bring power in down here as well. That's really annoying. I guess I'll just run a power connection just straight upwards, because why not? Put that there like that, and then switch back to the drill. Hooray! Digging straight up. I gather that's frowned upon in Minecraft, but in this game it seems to be absolutely fine. Right, and then back down again. Zonk. And then I'm clipping erroring through to see the lava that is a bajillion miles below, which is amusing. Right, and then we have more. Oh no, we don't have more of it that way. We have more of it this way and this way. Okay, I filled a whole area and that's fine. Get rid of that, and then we put in an inserter like that, and it says no power. There we go, no power. I guess we then, I suppose at this point I might as well just carry on upwards. And then I can put my power doobery up here and just feed the power down. So if I have that there, there, and you know what? Let's dig out a nice tidy hole. And then I can put another transformer in here like this. It's much easier to put in additional it is much easier to construct additional transformers than it is to run foundation all the way across. Can we? We can't. Ah. Oh. Okay, so I'm going to need to put in a small to connect the a small pylon to connect the transformer to connect the big transformer, big pylon. Excuse me. That's too far. Really? Okay, well we'll pull that one back out again then. And we'll try that again. Oh, actually no, if I start from this end, how far across can I put it before it becomes a problem? That far. And that, there we go, now it works. Okay, so now we have power here. Yes, there we go, there's copper being sent downwards. That means I have to go back down the hole again now. I think I might just dig another hole for getting in and out because I've got this nice big window here. So if I just go down here, this will be much easier than going all the way back out, finding the other end of this hole, because this hole is going to be difficult to explore to. And then, yeah, doing whatever is needed at the other end. Okay, so this is going to be, I'm going to make this one 3 high. Wonder how much of this I'm actually digging out. Not very much. I'm going to dig this out to 3 high, because then I can actually run along here even when there's a belt going through. And I feel this is going to be a long enough route for the copper to be taking that having the extra accessibility is going to be very useful. Okay, so the plan is to continue from here, basically all the way across to here, and then pop up along with everything else that pops up over here. So it might be a little bit crowded, but I'm sure I can spaghetti something through. So let's carry on. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's just, I'm going to dig a 2 high hole first, and then I'm going to come back and do the third one afterwards, because I think that's easier. At least the drill tool doesn't go through anything you've built. It'll only go through rock and earth and stuff like that. So if I do find the end of this, I won't accidentally chop through a belt or a machine or anything weird like that, which is nice. Okay, where am I? Okay, still getting on nicely, but still got quite some way to go. Freightovator is a nice word. I like that. I think I'm going along under one of the buses, which is interesting. I think that's probably okay. Sorry, one of the mall areas of the bus system, rather than the science packs, not science packs, robot areas. Which I say yes, I am. Which is fine. I think it might actually be easier because I think there's less. I hadn't done as much sort of interesting underground stuff at this point, so this is going to be easier to get it out, should we say? Ah, this is a good place to investigate. Pop. Okay, there's iron being fed along in large quantities. Copper is just over there. Right, let's go a little bit further to about here, because this is where the copper is. And if I can come up and go straight off and join onto that belt, then we can feed it off that way. And I can splitter it somewhere around here and then join onto that belt to take it off that way, and then deal with splitters like that one. That's going to be the most awkward part, is turning around all the splitters. So, but yes, let's come out here. I can't remember what height I was at. Oh, 126. Okay. Boink. There we go. Alright, so... Oh, I want to put another one in here. No, not that. Another piece of earth in there. There we go. And then, yeah, well, I'll work out how I'm going to get out there, out of here, once I've got the belt up here, I think. Actually, you know what? It'd be a lot easier to... Oh, almost immediately run out of belt. Let's go and get some more. Let's go and get some more belt 2. Then we'll come over here and build the belt in there. And I think it'd be easier to put the belt in and then run along with doing bumpy head mode while I try and clear everything out, clear out all the rest of the stone there. And that is if I even do, or I could come back. I could just fly back over and not worry about having a triple height hole. This hole down here. Alright, number 3, that way around, and Y so I can build backwards, and then off we go. Tromp, 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 tromp. Oh, that's as far as I can build in one go. And we'll do another one. Oh, nearly there. Excellent. So build that to here for thunk. And then I need an inserter which is on this hotbar. Like that. And then I go, can I see the button? There, I can see the button. Can I press the button? No. Yes. Why are you not working? You're an output inserter, are you not? Oh, no power? Why is there no power? So... Solid foundation. Is that not solid foundation? Is there a piece of foundation missing under there? Bet there is. There we go, now it's moving again. So that's feeding the copper through. And we've got some flowing in on the input. Right. And you know what? I bet I've got enough rock to sort of block this up a little bit. In fact, it turns from rock into earth here. So let's just bring the rock across like that. I'm not going to try and make it look organic. I'm just going to sort of fill the gap in. There we go. And we'll have a small entranceway over here, I guess. There seems to be a bit of confusion. Oh, no, I've run out. Run out of rock. One piece left. Okay. Then we'll switch over to dirt. I will leave a way in, though. No, not like that. No. Yeah, well, I'll leave a way in at this point because I do want to be able to get in here for when something inevitably breaks and needs some work doing to it. But we'll try and at least make the hill look. Yeah, completely natural. That looks. You'd never know I was here. Yes, I've left the hill completely unscathed. I don't know what you're talking about. Nature always builds in perfect staircases like this. I don't know what you mean. And to be honest, from a little bit further, okay, it doesn't look natural, but it's not too far off. It's a reasonable, dirty approximation. Anyway, yeah. So there is. We've got a cave to play in for the sheep creature to play in over here, but it can probably get out if it wants to. Yeah, it can get out if it wants to. And so can I. Actually, let's make this door entranceway slightly higher, like that. It's slightly easier to fly through if it's like that. Doesn't need to look organic on the inside. Right, anyway, so yes, that's a quantity of copper being generated now. Now, all of that was a little bit unnecessary because I've got massive quantities. I've still got copper being produced in decent quantities from the mine that I can no longer find. Yeah, the mine down there. That has not run out yet. It is not in as serious a position as the iron mine was, because simply we don't seem to get through as much copper as we get through iron, which feels bizarre to my Factorio habits. Although actually, to be fair, in Factorio you don't get through massive quantities of copper until you start producing large quantities of circuits, and I've only just discovered green circuits. There's just sort of a load of other earlier. There's just a lot of other things in sort of slightly earlier on in the game than I'm kind of used to. Anyway, so yes, we will have copper. There we go. There is copper down there. You can see it on the belt when my exhaust plume gets out of the way. So that's working nicely. I will fill in this hole here because I don't actually want to have copper coming out of there. There we go. Lovely. And that means, yeah, now we're still a bit short of steel actually. Steel is getting snaffled up by all of the robot construction over here. So I think at some point in the not too distant future, I'm going to need to, in fact, probably my next major project is going to be to drastically increase the amount of steel production. And I suspect that's going to have to be done from the iron mine here, coming along here, producing more, produce more iron ore, bring the coal over here somehow, and then turn all that into steel. So that's going to be a bit of a challenge. How much capacity of actually, let's go and have a look at the coal mine. The iron mine down here, and see how much extra capacity, how much is left on it, how much more capacity to dig it out of the ground I've got, and that sort of thing. Touchdown, touchdown, bing. Okay, well, it is a big old patch of iron we've got here. We have made a noticeable dent in it, I think. It's kind of hard to tell because I don't remember exactly what all this looked like when I first started mining from here. But yeah, a dent has been made, but there's still quite a lot of it coming out. The belts are, well, the two belts that are coming out are more than sufficient for the time being. And we've got the freight elevator to act as a sort of a kind of balancer, meaning that we feed these two in and then we have as many outputs as we want on the next level up. If we come back in here and go to the smelting level, bing, we can have as many belts coming out of that as we want, and it'll balance perfectly between the two input belts and the N output belts. I don't need to worry about it, which is very, very nice indeed. That iron mine is a very long way down underground compared to every other mine I've got in this game. Bing. So yeah, I could over here. Well, maybe over here isn't the best place to start building extra things because there's lots. Because yeah, we've got the old iron ore patch just up there. So this is all being fed out to go into that. That's interesting. There's not a full belt's worth of iron coming out. So that's weird. Neither of these are full belts worth. What's going on? Because the belts down below on the previous level weren't filled. Oh, maybe we've hit the throughput capacity of the elevator. Let's see if we can see any stats on this. 320. Yes. Ah. So the freight elevator 1 has a maximum speed of 1 yellow belt, and I'm trying to pull out 2 yellow belts, and therefore it's not working. Okay, that means that researching freight elevator 2 has suddenly become a rather high priority. So let's do that. That's twice as fast. But then that means, even with that, we're still only going to have these 2 belts satisfied. I wonder if there's a freight elevator 3 and how far through the chain. Oh yeah, there is. There's freight elevator 3. That's hidden behind science pack 4. Okay. Another alternative would be to put in an additional freight elevator here, right next to this one, and therefore we get twice the throughput. So yeah, these things not as fast as I thought. I don't know. For no good reason, I expected them to basically have the throughput of whatever you can chuck at them, and that's clearly not the case. So yeah, freight elevator 2, very, very, very much needed. Oh, and the structural improvements have now got up to 38%, so that's working well. That's good. And my money is creeping up very, very close to 100 grand again. So I should. Oh no, actually, I haven't done the improvements to allow me to store 200 grand yet. That's coming up later. So yeah, my intentions when I originally set this up was to allow this system to be, I guess, doubled in size by putting an additional set of iron smelters above it. This will, I now realise, require significantly more freight elevator, which, you know, I'm researching now. I was going to try to gesture to it with the mouse, but of course that moves the camera around. But I'm also going to need to start thinking about making steel from it as well, so that's another load to put on this. So I think even though I'm about to double the throughput capacity of it, I think I might well need to double it again by putting in a second freight elevator, which is a slightly scary thought. But I mean, it's scary in that, wow, that's a lot of freight elevator, rather than scary as in I don't think I can manage it. The slightly alarming part is that we seem to be churning through. Well, actually, the iron requirements have gone down a little bit now, in that this belt is no longer flowing constantly. So that one over there is now getting more of the iron ore. That presumably is what's running off to be made into steel, and a little bit for concrete, but basically that's for steel. And then what's coming in here is for the iron. Yeah, so it's keeping up. But that, yeah, maybe that shortage on that belt is why we have a shortage of steel. I suppose that means that I could take this belt and turn it into steel without damaging the amount of steel we get in total, because that's where it's going at the moment. But I don't really want to. So maybe what I'll do here is above here, instead of saying, right, I'll put in additional iron processing above here, instead I'll put in steel processing above here with a second freight elevator that comes up from the iron mine and just carries straight on through past here and goes up into the ceiling, and then I'll put in the steel smelting above, or I could put it in below. But I think that there's not that much room above. 22. So yeah, I'm using from 15 to, well, and I say there's not that much room above. If I put it in here, if I put a layer of foundation in across here at just above these machines, so sort of here or here, then, well, these things are 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks high, and we need a fifth one for the foundation. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think we'd be okay here. We'd only be going up to about mid 120s. So there is room for a second layer above this one. But then why bother? Why not have the second layer below this one when that's going to be easier, or because that's going to be easier, and I won't need to worry about the surface. So yes, I think that's good. That's a good plan. So next week, because I'm not going to start it right now. Next week, I shall put in a second freight elevator coming up from below, and put in an additional smelting patch here. Actually, you know what? I could get started and put in, and I won't build up too much of this because it will take a while. But I can dig out a bit of a hole here, and then start sort of planning where things would go. So the freight elevators are 3x3. So we'd have one there, and let's put the other one in with a gap. So it would go in here. So it's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So this would be looking down onto the top of the other freight elevator. I don't know why I'm digging out quite so much space here. I want to go down about 8 squares, I reckon. Especially as then that'll allow me to do more explosive mining as well. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Explosives have a range of 5. I should have done this over here. I mean, the elevators are indestructible, but still. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. Let's put in a piece of earth at an appropriate place to put the explosives. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's if the explosive was there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I reckon if the explosives were there, then they would just damage the foundation above. 5. So we'll go 6, 7. We'll put it on top of that one, and that's probably far enough down. I'm reasonably confident. So put you there. Yeah, there we go. That's a pretty neat explosion. I'm yeah, happy with that. Okay, we've exposed the side of the freight elevator, but that's okay. This hole is therefore 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's kind of hard to tell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, so if I use this level, if I put 9, now if I put the foundation in this level. So let's mark that with a piece of foundation there. And then carry on blowing up the walls along this way. So I'm going to put my freight elevator in there. And then so I want to go off this way. But let's go that way a little bit first. No, not there. We need to not go up. That's kind of important. Okay, that's all right. I keep right-clicking to blow the charges up, which is probably from some other game that I can't remember off the top of my head. Oh, that's a bit too close for comfort. Don't want to interrupt my iron supply. But I do want to blow massive holes in everything. Let's just go back up there and make sure I haven't wrecked anything. I'm good. Yeah, I was going to say I'm pretty confident, but pretty confident is still. I still get paranoid. Okay, so let's put in some flooring. Let's put some ground in underneath this because I didn't mean to blow up quite so much of that. It's the wrong colour, but I don't really care. It's still a kind of ground. Yeah, so this will now allow me to put in my freight elevator. Well, I can't put the freight elevator on that. So the freight elevator is going to be in that gap. On there. On that stone in there. We're going to have a little bit of, I don't know what, in between these two like that. So put the freight elevator in there, and it can pump out... iron ore over this way, and somehow we have to also get coal down here. Now the coal is produced all the way over here, which is frankly ridiculous. It's brought... Oh, okay, actually I think this might be a belt of... This might be a belt of coal. I think it is, yes, because we've got... Yeah, we're feeding coal over this way to go to the original iron smelting area, so we're then feeding it all the way over here like this. Oh! So there is coal really close by. Now that is going to be at ground level, sure, but I could put in a little spiral to bring it down to down here without too much difficulty. That's really handy. I'm very pleased about that. To bring it down to what? Level 106. Okay. I also feel like I should have... Oh, I could have another stop on the passenger elevator actually. What was it? What did I say? I said 106, didn't I? Yes. Let's put in another stop on the passenger elevator. So I need to rename this to iron smelting, and I need to add another station called steel smelting at 106. Tick, tick, confirm. Steel smelting, go. And when I get to here, we will see a solid wall of stone in front of me, which I will need to dig out because I haven't been here yet. But that's fine, I can manage that. And I want it to feel at least vaguely welcoming. I don't want to have a tiny, tiny tunnel coming out of here. So I'll dig out a decent bit of an entrance foyer like this. I'm looking forward. So the developers have said in one of their blog posts, I think I was talking about this earlier, that they've improved the tools for digging. So I think they've added something in called shaped charges, which allow you to blow up with a little bit more finesse and control, and possibly even say exactly how big an explosion you want. And also, I believe there are bigger versions of the mining drills that allow you to take out a 3x3 chunk in one go, rather than having to do essentially what I'm doing at the moment. So those should make things a bit nicer for flattening out large areas and other sort of similar tasks that I end up doing quite a lot. And this sort of thing as well, of course. It's not going to make digging simple tunnels, small tunnels, much easier. Although maybe I'd end up doing a 2x2 tunnel. Although I think that would then take longer. So I'm not sure if I want to. But for opening up a large area like this, it would be much, much easier. There we go. So there's a sort of a welcoming entranceway, and then a dark pit of despair beyond it. No, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. I'm not quite sure why, but it felt like a good idea. Ooh, I'm going to need to bring power down here as well, aren't I? I forgot about that. Now, I could pull it out of the passenger elevator, but I don't think there's any point when doing this is really, really easy. There we go. Power. Right, let's go back to the surface, have a look at what I've done with coal, and then, well, see how we get on. Structural improvements of 49%. It is still advancing, but it's going quite slowly, which is a little bit of a shame. And, ooh, let's go up and set up the production of the freight elevators. Right, there's my coal. It's already sort of semi-underground, which is quite nice. I just need to make it go a lot further underground. So it's at what? It's at 129. I need it to drop down by 23 more squares. Maybe that is going to be another freight elevator, to be honest. It's quite a long way. Although, oh, it's going to run into the... I was going to say, yes, if I do that, it's going to run straight into the into the iron processing. But no, I can have it go down before that. If I have it go down here, it's going to... If I have it go down here, it's going to miss the iron processing because that's there, and then it can just pop into the side of the steel processing where it's required. So yeah, I think another freight elevator over here is going to be the way to go, or maybe a little bit further over. What I'll probably do is I'll go down when I go next, go back down there. I can dig a tunnel out to the side where I want the coal to come in. I can put in the bottom end of the freight elevator, and then those blue bars will appear going off to the heavens over here, and I'll be able to put in the upper end of it at sort of just underground type level, and probably grab straight off this belt here. Ha! An orbital laser does sound like a lot of fun. It's somewhere in my list of things I want to do, but I think I didn't have the power to do it at the moment. So I've got the I've got the research. I'm building extra bits of a space station to build towards power at the moment, and eventually I'll get there and probably then start to have. Yeah, eventually I'll be able to make the orbital laser, and as you say, my canyons will no longer be quite like this one. They'll be a little bit, probably a little bit more impressive. Oh yeah, so yes, elevator Mark IIs. How do I make those? So there's the elevator, which is iron, steel, and advanced machinery parts. Can I build that over here? So we've got steel. No, ooh, steel, iron. But no, the advanced machinery parts are over. Ah, here. Oh yeah. So okay. Yes, I could do advanced freight elevator. I could do basic freight elevators in one of these. That's quite good. What does advanced freight elevator take? Or freight elevator Mark II? Because I think there's more versions of it beyond. I can't see it. There's the passenger one. There it is. That takes a freight elevator 1, no surprise there, and advanced machinery parts and circuit boards. Right, okay, that's not bad. It's sort of not bad. Problem is I'm using all of these belts already. And I don't really want to... And making them go round or under or over or whatever is a faff. Now I could do... You can do direct insertion. So if I pull out this machine here, like that, then I could put in a piece of belt like this and inserters like this and this, except the other way round. Idiot. This is the closest you can do to direct insertion in this game, I believe. That, and then put that belt back where he came from also helped me. Like that. So if I have this one making Freightavator Wonkavator, like this, and this one making Freightavator Mark II, like... Why are they so hard to find? Like that. Then yeah, that'll feed it directly pretty much directly between the two. It's not quite as neat as the Factorio equivalent, but it'll do. Right, so you need iron, steel, and components. So you can get the steel from there. You can get the components from there, and you can get the iron from there. You need for advanced components and circuits. So the advanced components are here, so we need another Mark III inserter like that, which fits in very neatly, I'm very happy to say. And then another part 2 over there like that. And there we go. That should... Yes, there we go. So that's building. It's made some already. Oh, that needs to be an exerter. Like that. They come in through here, get schnaffled. And right, now we're making elevator Mark IIs. So I need about 6 of these, I think. That's one for the existing iron ore that isn't enough. Another one for the iron ore for steel. And then another one for coal. Although, to be honest, I suspect I could probably use one of the old Mark Is that I'm going to get back from upgrading the other to a Mark II. Four. Five. 6. There we go. Why have you stopped? No, probably not getting enough steel through. Okay, so it's a related problem. Yay, we like those. No, we don't. Do you go down to iron smelting? Yes, you do. Right, so let's go to iron smelting first. Ding. Right, and now I'm going to put one of my nice shiny new Mark II elevators here. Boop, there we go. How many have I got left? 4. Excellent. So it's upgraded to the bottom one as well. Then you know what? I'm just going to go down the hole like that. What are you trying to make? You're trying to make a bottom. Don't make a bottom. Cut. Right, I want you to make a top. But I can't put it on top. I can't put it on there because there's nothing to put it on, and nothing to put it against. So I guess we'll put in some of that, and then no, it's an assembler. Stop it. Freight elevator 2 top. Structure is blocked by terrain or building blocks. What? Do you need to actually have solid floor underneath you to be placed? Try again. Oh, it's a 3x4, not a 3x3. Okay then, well, we'll put that there. That's fine. I'm okay with that. So that's the top there, and then we need to take the elevator. I can't get to the call button. Bing. That's kind of ridiculous, but okay. Ding. Right, now I go back down. Now I get... Actually, whoa, no. While I'm here... Also, we have another input required. Is this in line? Yes, it is. I'm going to put in the bottom of an elevator here because I kind of want to see what happens. Whoop. Actually, the elevator will deal with most of this for me, so I don't need to dig too much out. Right, and let's put in another one here. Have I got a Mark 1 elevator now? Yes, I have. Let's use the Mark 1 for this because it's cheaper. I've got one. There's a building in the way? Oh, right. I haven't gone far enough out. I'm still underneath. Yeah, I'm still underneath the smelting area, I think. Right, so let's. I'm going to need to dig further than this. So I need it to go up to basically ground level. That was not far enough. And also, I don't want to demolish the iron smelting area either. So we'll dig out a little bit further. Welcome once again to Laurence Digs Holes in the Ground. So whilst the upgrades to the drill do make it faster, I'm a little bit concerned that if I did upgrade the drill again, or again, then it'd become a bit too effective, and I'd end up drilling out bits of ground that I don't want to drill out. I guess we'll see whether that happens. Whether I do get the additional abilities. There we go, 256. Boop. Unblocked. So I can put that in there. Now, I go down to the ore patch. Yeah, so it's already at that point with dirt to some extent where sometimes I dig out bits I didn't mean to dig out just because I get a little bit carried away, or miss slightly, or don't move the mouse around at the right speed. So yeah, having it be even worse than that, it could be problematic. Okay, so somewhere over here. There we go. There's another drill. I mean elevator. And another. And another. And another. Lovely. Right, so one of them, I want to go in there. Boof. And those should now link up and basically demolish everything between them. So I'm going to, speaking of demolishing, I'm going to pull out a bit of space there and stick in a splitter. Well, a splitter working as a balancer in this particular case, like that. And then, I need to, no. Then I need to dig across here like this to put in foundation so I get power supply. Why are you red? Oh, there's some foundation under it part way through. Okay, well, I'll go and deal with that in a moment. Put that there, and then demolish that, and bring it over here, and in there. Boop, like that. There we go. Right, so, yes, I've made a mistake with the elevator construction of placer-matroning. So now I need to go back up to steel smelting. Yes, because I put a couple of pieces of foundation in, or I put a piece of foundation in underneath the elevator, I think. And I think that's what's causing the problems. Bing, bing. Can't see underneath. Yeah. Oop. Can't see underneath, but let's dig a hole so I can fall in the hole and have a look. Right. Aha! This is the problem. Now I need to get out from underneath there because it's going to suddenly try and become an elevator, probably. Yeah, that's clear now. Yep, there we go. It's digging. Digging, digging, digging. Excellent. Right, so that means now I can go back up to the surface. And there should be some really obvious lines going up to the sky, showing where the coal elevator is ready to be placed. Ping. Yes, there we go. Excellent. And it's right. Actually, that's slightly too close to the coal belt, but that's okay. I'll put in a splitter. Right. So a little bit of digging here. I am going to need power, though. That's a thought. 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's fine. In order to run the inserters. Right, so that's where the elevator goes. There's no choice about this. This is just it. Well, there is choice because I could move the other end of it, but short of doing that, there's no choice. So this is a top. It goes there. Boosh. And it should, yeah, there we go. It should just dig its way through. Right, and also I need to put in I need the belt to come across there, and so I need a splitter there and there. Take out that and that. I can put in a splatter, boop, and a belt, boop, boop, and then here. Somehow I need to get power to there. Now, I suppose I could just dig a bottomless hole all the way down and run it down that way. There's power just over here, though. And just over here? No, not just over here, actually. This is only high voltage power. So there's power just over there, and there's power over here. I think this is probably going to be the way to do it. Let's come back down here. So knock that out. And then we'll have that there, and that, and that, and that, and up to surface level, and there, and then bump, 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 bump. That's fine. Whoop. And then we'll go down there and across to there. And then I can put in an inserter down in the hole. Like that. There we go, that's feeding in, just as I'd expect. Right. That's good. That's just working now. I will fill in a little bit of the terrain around here as well, just to sort of make it a little bit less of a trip hazard, should we say? I mean, this whole thing across here has been a trench for ages, and that seems to be okay. Hello, but I feel that let's just fill this whole area in. Of course, doing this makes it harder to debug it and fix problems later, but oh well. I hope grass grows back on dirt that's been put back in like this, but I think it does. But I've never really there's a patch there that hasn't regrown, so maybe it doesn't. And patch in there that's not regrown, but although if it does regrow, I guess it takes quite a long time because there are quite a lot of scars on the landscape from where I've built things. All right, maybe it doesn't regrow, so you can just tell where you've gone through and tweaked the landscape a little bit, even if you've been slightly careful. Well, actually, let's go to iron smelt. I can't. I'm going to go. Apparently, I am just going to steel smelting. Let's get out here and go back up to iron smelting and see if the increased flow of where's the way up? Here's the way up. Yeah, there we go. Now we have enough iron ore coming through to keep everything satisfied. That's good. So the speeding up the thingamabobble, what's it, has helped. Although it's just occurred to me that I've sped it up to being twice the speed of a yellow belt, and then taken it down to only one yellow belt being fed into it. That was dumb. Oh well. That's we'll burn that bridge another time. So yes, we have coal coming down here, so we'll need to acquire that at some point. So if I run a trench through here, then I can get power to it. Like that. And then yeah, we'll just start. I'm just going to start filling in the terrain over here with the foundation as well, like that. And I don't know how big I'm going to want it to be yet. I suppose. Well, we'll have to have a look at the recipe, won't we? So metallurgy. So I want to make steel, which requires xenoferrite ignium ore blend, which is this one, which brings where you bring in 4 iron ore and 2 coal, and then that makes 1 of these things. Takes 3 seconds to make 1 of those and 6 seconds to cook it into steel. So I need twice as many machines doing this as I need doing that one. The belts are cunningly balanced at the moment. We've got a yellow belt bringing in the xenoferrite and a red one bringing in the ignium, but we're going to need to boost that because there are more things using it up top. So some upgrades are going to be required there, and maybe some upgrades to the coal mining. Okay, well we'll worry about that soon. Or another time probably. So if a yellow belt coming in, that's 320 per minute. As we've discussed, is 5 and a bit per second. It's really annoying that these are quoted in items per minute and these are quoted in seconds. Or items per second. Or not actually items per second. Because it'd been much nicer if you could just... If it was all in the same unit, so I didn't have to try and divide by 60 and do it wrong. But anyway, so... 4 xenoferrite ore rubble every 3 seconds. That's a really unhelpful amount. That's a really unhelpful number. Because that's 1 1/3 per second. And we're getting 5 1/3 per... It's only 5 1/3... Ooh, we're not going to be making a huge amount of steel from this. 5 1/3 per second is 1 1/3, 2 2/3, 4. 5 and yeah, so it's four machines to exhaust this belt, and then 8 machines. So it's 4 to 8 once again. Okay. And they need to be what, 6 or 7 wide, wasn't it? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if we build from here to here, that is the correct width for this. Needs a little bit more opening up over here, of course, because, well, why wouldn't it? And, oh yeah, and this one as well. What was I saying? So, yeah, so it's, once again, it's 4 machines going to 8 machines. So 12, so I need a run of 12, 24. I need this to be 24 long, and it's currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so I need another 18. That long. So there's a bit more digging to do yet, I'm afraid. Because, of course, there's a bit more digging to do. There's always a bit more digging to do. Why wouldn't there be? Oop. Always miss at least one, don't I? No, not that. There. Right, so that. Except I'm going to need 2 input belts, but that's fine. Input belts can just run along the stone level, so I can just fill that gap in there like that. And then we have a belt coming out here, like this, going along here, like this. Not that far though, only actually about 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually 7. We have another one coming along here, going this way to here. Then we have a gap for the inserters, then we have the crushers, which I may or may not have, we'll find out. Crusher. I need 4 of these guys. No, not there. 2, 3, 4. Move that, and then put it back in the correct place. Like that. There we go. Wait, what? Oh. The same orientation as the rest of them. That would be better. Right, so that will then produce the mixed bag. No, the mixed ore thing, which we can run along here, and that goes all the way to the end. And it looks like I've made this wider than I needed to, but c'est la vie. And then we'll have an output of steel coming along here like this. So that's going to require more smelteries. Or furnaces, whatever they're called. Smelters, yeah, them. And we're going to need 8 of those. Stop putting things in the wrong place. Ah! Right. 1, 2, 3. Try again. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And fall off the end? Okay, I apparently can't count. But that's fine. Alright, you guys are going to be doing that one. No. Paste, paste, paste. These guys don't care. They'll cook whatever they're given. I've only got 9 inserters left. Once again, a lack of inserters is proving to be my downfall. And these all need to be outputs. Exerters. Out, 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 out. Also, out. Can't get under here anymore. Out. Because the ceiling's too low if there's belts there. I better do something about that. I need to be able to wander around down here a little bit. And also all this stone I'm gathering is kind of useful for filling in some of the gaps. Some of the mistakes I make when I'm digging out spaces. And maybe at some point I should make a load of the aesthetic blocks and come down here and make some of these underground smelting areas look actually slightly nicer. Like run some nice ceilings and walls around them and so on and so on. I don't know. Oh yeah, you need to be an output, and so do you. Yay, there's all my resources. So another bit of low ceiling. No, just being difficult. Okay, so I can't finish this off until I get some more exerters. But that's okay because I've currently got... Maybe I've got enough steel? Let's go back up to the surface, find out, and then do a bit of wrap-up because it is virtually tomorrow. It's a shame. It's a silly, unfortunate time to wrap up because I think this is about the most viewers I've had all evening, which is so it's a bit of a shame, but it is quite late and I do need to go to bed, unfortunately. Right, so here's a hole. Let's fill the hole in. There we go. I like my world to be nice and flat. So what's the thing? Oh, more, let's get more inserters while I think of it. Insert inserters. Oop. Ow, that was loud. Okay, so we've got we have a massive, horrible shortage of steel still. Even though I've started pumping in. Yeah, even though there's a full red belt coming through. A full red belt is not that much. Is it enough? Oh. The full red belt is woefully inadequate. Oh, yes, it's running 2 machines because I've got a yellow belt downstairs running 4 machines. So I completely screwed up the numbers here when I built this. And then that's that's 2 of these powering 4 of these. So at least that means I've got the numbers right downstairs. So that's optimistic. What if I try and do this, then I'll just run out because I haven't got enough. Not enough space in inventory either. Okay, what junk have I got? I've got a load of biomass. I don't want that. Don't care about that. What if I just tidy stuff up a bit and get rid of some rocky desert dirt, because I'm not building in the rocky desert, so it just looks wrong. And I don't care about xenoferrite ore. That can go. Or I don't care about coal either. That can go. Okay, now maybe I've got enough inventory space to upgrade a belt. I mean, it's upgraded it the wrong way, but still, it's a start. It's going to get some more belt too from down here. Yoink. Actually, I'm quite glad it didn't upgrade it too much further back than that, because if it had gone all the way down into the hole, I wouldn't have been able to see it. So I wouldn't have been able to upgrade all of it. But there we go. Now, hopefully that's gone all the way back to the splitter, and we should get about twice as much coming through, which means we'll hopefully get 4 of these machines running. There's a third one going. Nom 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 nom. Okay, fill your buffers. There we go. And there's a 4th one going. So all of this past here is completely and utterly wasted, because a yellow belt is only good for running 4 of these machines. I did the maths this time, rather than apparently just putting down an arbitrary large number of machines like a lunatic. Give me a bulk dismantle, and we'll go from hello. Right. Okay, so we're going to go from here to here. Should have gone down one as well and taken out the foundation underneath. What have we got? What are you doing? What are you doing? You're turning gravel into glass. That's a weird thing to have there, but all right. I feel like I might as well remove all of this from here to here and up one. No! I didn't mean to get that one as well. I mean, it's not the end of the world removing a belt, but didn't mean to. There we go. And you know what? In order to get rid of all the junk I've just picked up, I can come along here and go, take some of that. And any left in you? No. Did I pick up any ore? No. Okay, right. So we're now making twice as twice as much steel as we were before. That is better. May or may not still may or may not be enough. I'm a little bit perturbed or concerned at the amount of iron ore that we're getting through in order to make the steel, because this is a full yellow belt coming up here, and it's making this dribble you see before you on a red belt. I'm making the same amount again over here somewhere, which is going to help, yes, but it's still not going to be that much. And I can leave both of them running. In fact, I will leave both of them running. And so it'll be better, but I don't know whether it's going to be. Yeah, I'm concerned. And actually, I've had the same problem. The same problem is a fairly traditional one in Factorio as well. You start making steel, and suddenly you realise all of your iron is evaporated. So I can't say it was completely unexpected, but it was a little bit unexpected. All of my rocket silos look at least partly full, so that seems fairly optimistic. I think let's go and check on the what do you call it? The space station before we go. So, looking at the space station, I've got some upgrades to do. So the light bot can have some more upgrades. Well, let's carry on improving the product weight, and then these can both be done infinitely. That looks like a 5% improvement. That looks like a 2% improvement. I think that's a better one to go for at this point. Eventually, it'll get to a point at some point where a 5% improvement on quality is worth less than a 2% improvement on efficiency, because quality has got so high. I want to say that's when this gets to like 200%, or 100% extra, but that seems wrong. Anyway. Oh, we've got some more here as well. That's maxed out. Okay, let's improve the price. And heavy duty bot, we'll do that. And that's all I've got, all she wrote. Right, so what I came here to actually do was have a look at my storage. So here we go. We see we've got some of all three of the bot types we're producing. The transport bot is over 200 and therefore is okay, because on the sales platform we sell stuff when we have more than 200 of them. So anything that's over 200 is being made more than fast enough, and we are happy. However, if there's less than 200, like there is with the heavy-duty bots and the light bots, then that makes me think that maybe we're not making them quite fast enough, and they're all getting sold. The light bots especially. I don't know whether they're in high demand or what, but it feels like those are a little bit low. But I think I'll probably build the screen bots first before worrying about this one. I feel like that's sensible. It is in fact tomorrow, yes. This is why I'm starting to wind up and sort of stop now. So structural improvements are taking approximately forever, mostly because the construction material isn't coming in fast enough. I have got more thermalite than I know what to do with, so I'm going to sell some of that. I know I'm going to pay off some of this. 100,000. Boom, there we go. I'll just keep chipping away at this because I haven't actually bought the, I haven't got the vault extension yet, which will make my, which will allow me to store 200,000. So I want to keep this low, so I'm not paying to have money, which is absolutely ludicrous idea. But yeah, the construction material is not coming in as fast as I would like. So that's being done through the galactic market. Yes, there we go. We can buy construction material. Target amount to have is 1,000. We are nowhere near that. But we have clearly been buying some of it. Because, yeah, this spaceship over here is currently doing those recurring market orders and going off and getting it. So it seems maybe one ship is insufficient to go off and buy these parts. I don't know. But we don't seem to have enough construction material. However, at some point I'm going to be able to make that on the ground. Is that a thing I can or have researched? Let's have a look. Construction. Oh, I've researched it. So I should start making this and shipping it up to space. That's pricey. Okay. But that's the thing worth doing. So next time, I'll finish off the steel production, the new upgraded steel production. I'll start making construction materials and shipping them to space so we have them up there. Question is, how much does the construction material cost to buy, and is it actually worth making them on the ground? And the answer is, I think so. I feel like it should be anyway. So yeah, I'll start making that and shipping it up. I'll carry on working towards the Science Pack 4 because I think having Science Pack 4 would be nice. Just because it's another Science Pack to work towards. That's really noisy in my ears. Let's go and stand up on top of it. Go and stand up on top of here and look down on all I survey, and there we go. Where it's a bit quieter up here, even if spaceships are landing nearby. So yes, next time, steel processing down there needs to be sped up. I need to keep a bit of an eye on the copper. Now that is flowing merrily. It's going through, but there does seem to be enough of it. So that seems to be all right at the moment. May need to do an upgrade on that, but then I've done most of that. We've got the belt all the way over here, so that's pretty good. Maybe I want to make screen bots. So that's another thing to make. Is that a ship taking off? So I want to make screen bots. That's another bot type over there. I want to make the construction materials. I might need to make an orbital laser to remove that mountain because it's going to be in the way quite soon. Otherwise, yeah, I'm just going to carry on and see how things go. I feel like most of the stuff I need is being produced at the moment, but as I do more research, I'll get more stuff that I can make. Making the more new types of bots is going to be interesting as well, but at the moment, most of those are just using up more resources of stuff I already have. My biggest concern, I have to say, is what happens when these ore patches start to run out, and especially that one, that ignium ore there, because there isn't any more ignium. There isn't any more ignium apart from that patch over there. So I guess I'm just gonna have to lay even more really long belts, which is a little bit concerning because it just doesn't. I don't know. It feels slightly ridiculous, I guess. I'm not aware of there being a train system in this game. Let us search for trains. Nope, no trains. No rails apart from safety ones. So yes, when I inevitably start having to bring coal in from here somewhere, that's going to be interesting, difficult, and a little bit awkward. Maybe I'll find another recipe for steel, but I wouldn't want to hold my breath on that one. It feels like it's probably just the way. Got a nice big iron patch here and another nice big iron patch here, so I'm not too worried about iron. But I'm not too worried about copper, because that's a good size and it's taken us a long time to get through this one. I am a bit worried about coal, but I guess we'll see. Stone, not so much of a problem, because there's a decent patch here and there's another big one over here. What are you? Lava cave shaft, fine. Yeah. The coal, I feel, is going to be the biggest problem here. But I guess we'll see how that goes. So we'll see if we can rip through this entire coal patch in the next stream. So, thank you very much for watching. What's happening soon? Right, okay, so tomorrow, Friday, there'll be videos coming out talking about the Factorio Planetary Pioneers playthrough. What are we talking about tomorrow? I think, yes, if you're a supporter, I'll be talking about the progress on Lignumis with exciting variety of plastic recipes. If you're not a supporter, you'll have to wait for next week for those, and you'll see last week's supporter videos, where I'm talking about things that have been going on Norvis. So different planets for different different types of supporters. If you want to become a supporter, then drop in a donation on Ko-Fi, become a Twitch subscriber, or a YouTube member. I'd be very happy to have you on board, and that'll get you access to the supporter area of Discord and various other sort of games and streams and other bonus content that we run on there. We'll then be back on Monday at 7:30 PM UK time for the next Factorio Planetary Pioneers stream, where, with any luck, we'll be finishing off all of the science packs and getting science produced on the new city block system, and getting that being churned through in massive quantities. Fingers crossed. And then hopefully that means we'll be able to send Sophia off to Vulcanus to start thinking about how we're going to grow trees on a barren volcanic planet or something ridiculous like that. And I'll be back next Wednesday at 8 PM, the usual later time, for some more Foundry as well. Ooh, I've just noticed my money is going downwards up there in the top corner. That's probably because I'm spending all of it on upgrading my space station. We'll just have to sell more robots, won't we? Right, so I think that's everything I need to tell you about the channel. Please make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel so you don't miss out on all the videos and streams. Make sure you're following on Twitch as well for the same sort of reasons. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye. And goodbye, Nogard. Goodbye, Regular. Goodbye, Potato. I mean, Dave. Goodbye, anyone else who's still watching. Thanks for being here.